Welcome to the Timeless Tales Library, where stories unfold like silk ribbons, guiding you toward peaceful dreams. I'm Oliver, your host, and tonight I'll be sharing 6 hours of soothing fairy tales to ease your mind and guide you gently towards sleep. The Timeless Tales Library is made possible by listeners like you. If you've found comfort here, please subscribe and help us continue creating these peaceful stories. As you settle in, comment below and let me know where you are in the world tonight, and share a magical realm you dream of, a story taking you to, perhaps an enchanted forest where fairy lights dance between ancient oaks, a castle hidden behind waterfalls and mist, a village where stars are gathered in crystal jars, or a meadow where unicorns graze beneath a silver moon. Your ideas keep our little library glowing bright. Now, take a slow, deep breath and let the day's clutter slip away, like soft ripples fading across a still lake. Tonight, you're not in your room, you're stepping into the velvet alcove of the Timeless Tales Library. This intimate chamber is draped in rich, velvety curtains that glow faintly with a deep, comforting warmth. Shelves of polished ebony line the walls, each book a shimmering gem of a story, waiting to unfold its secrets. The air is soft with the scent of aged leather and a hint of lavender, wrapping you in a quiet embrace. Feel your body melt into the plush comfort of your bed, your own cozy nook within this serene alcove. Release the tension in your feet, your hands, your neck. Let the gentle hush of the room settle over you like a soft blanket of calm. Step forward and run your fingers along the spines of the books. Let the stories of the velvet alcove weave their way into your mind, guiding you into a restful, dreamlike peace. Beauty and the Beast, the train of the whispering willows. The gentle sigh of the evening wind whispered through the tall, slender willows that lined the forgotten tracks, a sound so soft it could almost be mistaken for the quiet breathing of the sleeping world itself. Their trailing branches stirred with the faintest rustle, sweeping the ground in languid arcs, as though brushing away the last remnants of daylight. The air carried with it the fragrance of the countryside at rest, a cool mixture of dew-kissed lavender, damp moss, and the faintest sweetness of clover drifting from some unseen meadow. It was the scent of twilight, rich and calming, infused with the promise of something rare, something just beyond ordinary hours. It was in this deepening hush, when the first stars began to tremble awake in the violet sky, that the train of the whispering willows appeared. At first it was nothing more than a shimmer along the horizon, a wavering suggestion of light that seemed to glide between the trees. Then, slowly, with the inevitability of a dream finding its way into waking thought, it materialized, an apparition draped in twilight's silver threads. Its polished brass gleamed with an inner warmth, glowing as though each rivet and hinge remembered starlight from some other world. Velvet curtains of a deep, wine-dark shade hung inside its windows, drawn against the indigo of the evening, hiding secrets that seemed to call even more strongly because they were unseen. Belle, her book still cradled against her chest, stood by the window of her little ivy-clad cottage. She had been reading moments before, yet the words on the page had blurred as her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the strange glow along the tracks. Her heart caught as the train came into focus, not storming into the night with smoke and thunder, as the iron monsters of modern rails did, but gliding with an elegance that belonged more to dreams than to machines. It moved not as though powered by coal or fire, but by some gentler rhythm, something like music too soft for the ear, but heard all the same in the beating of one's heart. Its carriages were a marvel in themselves. They gleamed in soft tones of moss, green, antique rose, and muted gold, the paint shimmering as though woven from threads of dawn. Each window was framed in woodwork so delicately carved it seemed alive patterns of leaves, birds, and curling vines that shifted subtly in the lantern glow as if stirred by invisible winds. No station awaited it, no platform stood ready. The train seemed to arrive not for the world at large, but only for those who needed it, those who longed for a passage away from the ordinary. It carried with it a quiet understanding, a promise that whoever stepped aboard would not merely travel, but journey into peace, into stillness, into the gentle unknown. Then came the chime, soft, delicate and clear, like the ringing of frosted glass when touched by a fingertip. It was not loud, not insistent, but it reached Belle's heart like a hand extended through the air. She felt it resonate in her chest, a beckoning she could not ignore. Closing her book, she rose and stepped out into the cool breath of evening. The grass was wet beneath her slippers, the night carrying the freshness of rain long past, though no drops had fallen for days. From the shadows of the cottage's eaves, the beast emerged. His tall, imposing form carried with it a gravity that belonged to wild forests and forgotten castles, yet his steps were surprisingly quiet, almost reverent in the hush of the twilight. His golden eyes caught the glow of the train and reflected it, shining like lanterns in the dusk. He did not speak, he did not need to. With a slow, deliberate grace, he extended one great paw toward Belle. It was an invitation without words, but full of trust. She placed her hand against his fur, warm and strong beneath her palm, and together they walked toward the waiting train. The door before them was unlike any Belle had ever seen. Crafted from wood as smooth as silk, its surface bore faint patterns that rippled like water in moonlight, shifting as she looked upon them. It opened with a sigh so gentle it might have been mistaken for the exhalation of the night itself. No conductor stood waiting on the threshold, no figure in cap or uniform demanding tickets. Instead, only a glow of soft, inviting light spilled out onto the dew-silvered earth, laying a path for them to follow. Embark on a gentle journey aboard a wondrous train that glides through softly painted landscapes, where every window reveals a new, dreamlike vista. Join beloved characters as they uncover quiet magic, surprising beauty, and the comforting embrace of a world touched by gentle enchantment. Beauty and the Beast, the train of the whispering willows. The gentle sigh of the evening wind whispered through the tall, slender willows that lined the forgotten tracks, a sound so soft it could almost be mistaken for the quiet breathing of the sleeping world itself. Their trailing branches stirred with the faintest rustle, sweeping the ground in languid arcs, as though brushing away the last remnants of daylight. The air carried with it the fragrance of the countryside at rest, a cool mixture of dew-kissed lavender, damp moss, and the faintest sweetness of clover drifting from some unseen meadow. It was the scent of twilight, rich and calming, infused with the promise of something rare, something just beyond ordinary hours. It was in this deepening hush, when the first stars began to tremble awake in the violet sky, that the train of the whispering willows appeared. At first, it was nothing more than a shimmer along the horizon, a wavering suggestion of light that seemed to glide between the trees. Then, slowly, with the inevitability of a dream finding its way into waking thought, it materialized, an apparition draped in twilight's silver threads. Its polished brass gleamed with an inner warmth, glowing as though each rivet and hinge remembered starlight from some other world. Velvet curtains of a deep, wine-dark shade hung inside its windows, drawn against the indigo of the evening, hiding secrets that seemed to call even more strongly because they were unseen. Belle, her book still cradled against her chest, stood by the window of her little ivy-clad cottage. She had been reading moments before, yet the words on the page had blurred as her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the strange glow along the tracks. Her heart caught as the train came into focus, not storming into the night with smoke and thunder as the iron monsters of modern rails did, but gliding with an elegance that belonged more to dreams than to machines. It moved not as though powered by coal or fire, but by some gentler rhythm, something like music too soft for the ear, but heard all the same in the beating of one's heart. Its carriages were a marvel in themselves. They gleamed in soft tones of moss green, antique rose, and muted gold, the paint shimmering as though woven from threads of dawn. Each window was framed in woodwork so delicately carved it seemed alive, patterns of leaves, birds, and curling vines that shifted subtly in the lantern glow as if stirred by invisible winds. No station awaited it, no platform stood ready. The train seemed to arrive not for the world at large, but only for those who needed it, those who longed for a passage away from the ordinary. It carried with it a quiet understanding, a promise that whoever stepped aboard would not merely travel, but journey into peace, into stillness, into the gentle unknown. Then came the chime, soft, delicate and clear, like the ringing of frosted glass when touched by a fingertip. It was not loud, not insistent, but it reached Belle's heart like a hand extended through the air. She felt it resonate in her chest, a beckoning she could not ignore. Closing her book, she rose and stepped out into the cool breath of evening. The grass was wet beneath her slippers, the night carrying the freshness of rain long past, though no drops had fallen for days. From the shadows of the cottage's eaves, the beast emerged. His tall, imposing form carried with it a gravity that belonged to wild forests and forgotten castles, yet his steps were surprisingly quiet, almost reverent in the hush of the twilight. His golden eyes caught the glow of the train and reflected it, shining like lanterns in the dusk. He did not speak, he did not need to. With a slow, deliberate grace, he extended one great paw toward Belle. It was an invitation without words, but full of trust. She placed her hand against his fur, warm and strong beneath her palm, and together they walked toward the waiting train. The door before them was unlike any Belle had ever seen, Crafted from wood as smooth as silk, its surface bore faint patterns that rippled like water in moonlight, shifting as she looked upon them. It opened with a sigh so gentle it might have been mistaken for the exhalation of the night itself. No conductor stood waiting on the threshold, no figure in cap or uniform demanding tickets. Instead, only a glow of soft, inviting light spilled out onto the dew-silvered earth, laying a path for them to follow. As the train carried them farther into this fantastical realm, the stillness of their private corner began to ripple with new life. Other figures gradually emerged from the hushed glow of the carriages, each one as familiar and dear as they were wondrous. In a cozy nook across the aisle, Mrs. Potts sat nestled against a cushion, her porcelain form polished to a sheen that seemed to hold its own warmth. A wisp of steam curled softly from her spout, rising and fading into the amber lamplight above. She hummed to herself, a tune gentle and lullaby-like, the kind of melody that wrapped itself around the heart like a shawl on a cool night. Her eyes bright, kind, and endlessly motherly, gazed out the window, following the shifting colors of dream and sky. Chip, perched on the armrest beside her, peeked his little handle over the edge and gasped at nearly everything that passed. "Oh, look there," he cried as a flock of shimmering birds with translucent wings darted overhead, their bodies trailing streams of glittering dust like shooting stars. "Ah, did you see that?" His small voice rose with delight at every marvel, his eagerness bubbling over like laughter given form. Cogsworth, ever the picture of meticulous order, sat primly in a high-backed chair, his posture stiff, his gaze fixed intently on the pocket watch he clutched with both hands. Yet he wasn't checking the time. Belle realized this with a soft smile. Rather, he seemed soothed by the steady dance of the hands as they circled with unfailing grace, a quiet reminder that some things kept order even when the world around them bent to the logic of dreams. The rhythm of its ticking blended seamlessly with the hum of the train, making the moment feel not bound but endless. Lumière reclined languidly across a chaise lounge draped in embroidered silk. His golden frame gleamed in the lamplight, and his flames flickered with mesmerizing rhythm, casting warm shadows that danced playfully across the walls. "Ah," he sighed with delight, raising one flaming arm in a flourish, "c'est magnifique." His flames dimmed and brightened like the rise and fall of music, painting Belle's chair in warm blush tones. He closed his eyes briefly, humming a bar of some half-remembered song, the sound melting into the quiet glow of the carriage. The train itself seemed alive with a magic as subtle as breath. Every so often, a delicate chime would ring, not from any bell that Belle could see, but from the air itself, as though the walls had chosen to sing. At its sound, a tray appeared, drifting into the carriage with weightless grace. It bore an assortment of confections that looked almost too beautiful to eat. Macarons tinted with the orange and rose of sunset skies, crescent moon shortbreads dusted in glittering sugar, and slender cups filled with steaming tea whose aroma promised warmth and calm. No one delivered them, no hands set them down. The train seemed to sense what they might need before they themselves did, conjuring comfort with gentle, effortless kindness. Belle picked up a small star-shaped cookie, its delicate edges crumbling against her fingertips. She tasted it, and the flavor unfolded like a memory almond softened by vanilla, light as breath, faintly sweet like the first sip of spring air. She smiled and set the rest upon her napkin, savoring. The beast, with a dexterity that belied his great paws, selected a spiced scone. Its surface still radiated warmth, its scent filling the little alcove with a rich fragrance of nutmeg, cinnamon, and honey. He took a careful bite, closed his eyes, and exhaled a sigh of contentment that rumbled like distant thunder softened by velvet skies. Outside, the dreamscape shifted again, unveiling wonders so surreal they left the heart aching with the sheer beauty of them. The train glided past a valley filled with towering sunflowers whose golden faces turned as one to follow its passage. Each bloom was larger than a dinner plate, their petals glowing faintly as though infused with captured sunlight. They bowed gently in the wake of the train, a drowsy, dignified farewell that seemed to ripple all the way to the horizon. Beyond the valley stretched a forest where every tree was crystalline, branches glimmering like frozen waterfalls. The trunks caught starlight and bent it into prisms, scattering rainbows across the carriage windows. Overhead, the sky had deepened into a velvety indigo, stitched with countless stars that winked as though pleased to be seen. The air itself shifted, cool and bracing, carrying the faint taste of mint and snow that never fell, crisp as though each breath came from the edge of a mountain peak. Belle found herself noticing little details that might have gone unseen in her waking world. The velvet of her chair seemed to ripple faintly, its fabric mirroring the clouds outside as they swirled in pale spirals across the sky. The low humming of the train changed its pitch from moment to moment, not mechanically but musically, rising sometimes into the cadence of a lullaby, then settling back into the low, contented purr of a cat by the hearth. Even the walls were alive. The carved patterns shifted slowly when she wasn't looking, vines blooming into flowers, flowers curling into new shapes, endlessly weaving fresh designs as though painted by unseen hands. Time became a suggestion rather than a rule. Minutes and hours blurred, their edges softened by comfort and wonder. Belle rested her head lightly against the glass of the window, her breath fogging the surface for a moment before it cleared again. Her heart, usually restless with thought and story, grew quiet, lulled into stillness by the rhythm of a world that asked nothing of her but to notice, to breathe, to be. The beast squeezed her hand again, his silence eloquent, his golden eyes reflecting not only the landscapes outside but also the faint light of peace beginning to settle within. And so the train of the whispering willows glided deeper still, carrying its passengers not simply across distance, but into the tender, wordless realms of wonder. "It's a living dream," Belle murmured, her voice barely more than a sigh, as she leaned her head against the beast's sturdy shoulder. His presence was solid and grounding, his fur soft beneath her cheek, radiating a warmth that contrasted the cool glow spilling in from the window. He wrapped an arm gently around her, his massive hand surprisingly tender where it rested along her arm, as though he wished to hold not just her body, but the fragile wonder of the moment itself. The train glided soundlessly forward, the motion so smooth it felt more like drifting through water than rolling on rails. Suddenly, it slipped into the heart of a grove of towering weeping willows. Their trunks rose in great ancient pillars, silvered bark gleaming faintly in the twilight. Their branches, impossibly long, swept downward until they brushed against the windows of the train. The silvery leaves trailed in long curtains across the glass, whispering as they passed, a sound delicate and hushed, as if the trees themselves were sharing secrets too soft for words. As the leaves parted like a curtain drawn back for a performance, Belle caught her breath. Before them stretched a sight that belonged to no earthly realm, a sprawling library, magnificent, ethereal, alive. It was not built of stone or mortar, nor wood nor iron, but woven from moonlight itself, entwined with roots of colossal, gnarled trees older than memory. The trunks coiled together to form great archways, their branches curving overhead like vaulted ceilings, threaded with stars caught in their leaves. The shelves, fashioned from twisting roots and tendrils, held books upon books, their spines glowing faintly within a luminescence as though lit by the stories they contained. Pages rustled softly, though no hand touched them, a chorus of whispers that seemed to breathe life into the grove. Cogsworth sat straighter than ever, his eyes widening until even his clockwork face seemed astonished. A tiny tremor ticked through his gears, audible only to those closest. "Remarkable," he intoned, his voice carrying both awe and the precision of measured time. "A library that breathes. Quite extraordinary. One wonders, yes, indeed, how they manage to maintain the integrity of such delicate bindings in such a fluctuating environment." His tone was one of feigned composure, but the slight stammer betrayed his marvel. Lumière, by contrast, sighed like a man hopelessly in love. His flames flickered higher, dancing in quiet joy. "I imagine the stories, mon cher, each one a flame of its own, waiting to be read, waiting to burn within the heart, a library not of dust and silence, but of life." His golden form shimmered, the fire at his tips bowing low as if in reverence to the vision before them. The train slowed, not halting completely, but easing its pace to an almost imperceptible crawl, as though reluctant to rush past such splendor. Belle felt an irresistible pull, like invisible hands urging her forward, her soul straining toward the luminous sanctuary. She rose without hesitation. The beast, understanding her without words, unfolded from his chair and followed, his movements quiet yet full of gravity. When they reached the door, it swung open in silence, revealing a path that shimmered in invitation, smooth river stones paved in shades of opal and moonstone, glowing faintly as though lit from beneath. Stepping down, Belle inhaled sharply. The air itself was thick with the perfume of knowledge, the faint, dry fragrance of old parchment, mingled with the sweet must of dust warmed by time. Beneath it lingered something gentler, a honeyed aroma, like parchment steeped in nectar, sweet and strangely comforting. The grove's roots rose and arched, forming natural corridors and alcoves where shelves sprouted, alive yet ancient, tender yet unyielding. She walked slowly, reverently, her fingers trailing along the glowing spines. They were warm beneath her touch, pulsing faintly, as if each book carried a heartbeat of its own. Titles shimmered in flowing scripts that seemed to rearrange themselves, ensuring each reader would see only what they were meant to. Belle caught fleeting glimpses, the almanac of whispering petals, the gentle art of cloud weaving, lullabies for distant stars. Each name felt like a promise, a glimpse into forgotten corners of the imagination. Drawn by some unseen instinct, Belle lifted a volume from the shelf. Its cover was deep forest green, embroidered with delicate silver thread depicting a fox curled beneath a shaft of moonlight. The fabric was softer than silk, the silver threads shifting like liquid under her fingertips. As she opened it, the pages released a faint hum, a gentle vibration like distant chimes. There were no words, only luminous illustrations alive with quiet magic. She turned the pages slowly, each one revealing a new dreamscape, gentle creatures tending glowing gardens of flowers that shimmered like captured dawn, waterfalls spilling into lakes of liquid moonlight, their cascades silent yet deafening in their beauty, constellations drifting lazily across a velvet sky, their stars drowsy as though they might yawn at any moment. The images did not sit still, they pulsed faintly, moving in subtle, dreamlike shifts, as though the book breathed alongside her. The beast lowered himself onto a root bench beside her, his immense form softened by the glow. He leaned in, his sharp features lit in silver light, and gazed at the illustrations with rare tenderness. His golden eyes reflected the fox, the gardens, the slow sweep of constellations, until it seemed he himself carried the universe in his gaze. Together they turned the pages, neither speaking, for the silence was fuller than any words could be. Time unraveled. Perhaps they sat there for minutes, perhaps for hours. The library seemed to suspend the flow of all things, folding moments into one long sigh of peace. When at last they rose, they did so reluctantly, the book sliding back onto its shelf, as if it had merely borrowed their hands to stretch its wings for a time. The train waited for them faithfully, its door open, its warm glow spilling like a welcome across the path. When they stepped back inside, the gentle hum greeted them like a friend. The air was perfumed with fresh sweetness. Mrs. Potts was pouring tiny cups of frothy milk, each crowned with a swirl of lavender honey that shimmered faintly in the lamplight. They floated gracefully to each passenger upon silver trays, no hands required. Chip lay nestled on a velvet cushion nearby, his little handle rising and falling as he dozed, his soft snores almost inaudible. Belle accepted her cup, the warmth curling into her palms, and leaned back against the beast once more. He cradled his drink in one paw, the steam fogging faintly against his fur, his expression unreadable but softened, quiet. The train resumed its journey, its wheels, or what stood in place of wheels, moving with unhurried grace. Outside, the night itself began to pale. The indigo sky softened into pearl grey, a dawn unlike any Belle had ever known. It was not the brightening of sun over horizon, but a gentle unfolding, light seeping not from above, but from everywhere at once, radiating from the air, the water, the trees. It was the dawn of dreams. They glided past a field where enormous dandelions towered, their seed heads glowing like lanterns. Thousands upon thousands of feathery seeds shimmered in golden white light. As the train passed, a breeze rose not from wind, but from its own quiet motion, sending the glowing seeds drifting upward. They rose into the brightening mist, forming new constellations in the sky, glowing against the pearly dawn like galaxies being born. Belle pressed her fingers to the window pane. "It's as if the world itself is breathing out wishes," she whispered. The beast said nothing, but his hand closed firmly over hers. His silence carried weight, a silent agreement, a vow of awe shared between them. The train began to climb, winding gently through hills draped in moss, so plush it resembled emerald velvet. The air grew sweeter here, filled with the mingled fragrance of damp earth and newborn blossoms. Golden light spilled across the land, painting everything in hues of nostalgia, as though each stone, each blade of grass, remembered an old story. They entered a tunnel then not carved by human hands, but woven by living vines and colossal blossoms. The flowers glowed from within, their petals translucent, their colors shifting like liquid jewels. The walls shimmered in emerald, sapphire, rose, and gold, a kaleidoscope of light and shadow. The train's hum deepened in resonance, its sound echoing in the hollow chamber like the heartbeat of the earth itself. When at last they emerged, they found themselves floating across a vast shimmering lake. The train glided not on tracks but across the surface itself, suspended just above the milky turquoise waters. The lake reflected the pastel skies above, a mirror fractured by drifting lily pads so large they could have borne small boats. Upon each pad blossomed a single radiant water lily, its petals pulsing with a steady light, breathing in rhythm with the world. Beneath the water swam schools of fish with fins like glass, their bodies tracing swirls of light as though sketching constellations beneath the surface. Their scales glittered like coins dropped into a fountain of stars. The air was cool and damp, fragrant with the purity of fresh water and the faint perfume of aquatic blooms. Cogsworth, normally so restrained, allowed himself the smallest smile, his gears clicking softly. "Remarkable hydrodynamic engineering," he murmured, almost sheepish in his admiration. Lumiere's flames flickered in amusement, dancing higher in a golden laugh. "Or perhaps, mon ami, it is simply magic." The beast, his gaze fixed on the gentle dance of light across the surface of the milky lake, let out a deep, contented sigh. His broad chest rose and fell in a rhythm that seemed to echo the soft lapping of the dream water below. Resting his head against the back of the velvet chair, he looked utterly at peace, his imposing form softened by the tender, ethereal light that streamed through the windows. In that glow, even his shadow seemed gentle, stretching long and languid across the polished floor. Belle studied him for a moment, her heart stirring at the quiet vulnerability he revealed in that instant. There was a serenity about him she had rarely seen, a gentleness beneath the surface strength, as if this journey had lifted some invisible weight from his shoulders. She, too, felt a profound calm settle over her. All the worries of the waking world, the unfinished chores, the whispers of doubt, the faint ache of responsibilities melted away like mist beneath the morning sun. Here, only the rhythm of the train and the hum of wonder remained, lulling her into a state of quiet belonging. The train of the whispering willows did not hurry, nor did it press towards a destination. It carried its passengers through landscapes that seemed more like dreams given form than earthly terrains, a journey not of arrival, but of being. Every moment, every view, every shimmer of light against glass felt like an invitation to breathe, to linger, to simply exist in beauty. Outside, the skies deepened into a palette of shifting colors. The sun of this dream world began its slow descent, draping the horizon in delicate ribbons of peach, cream, and faint rose. Clouds, weightless and translucent, caught the hues like brushed silk. The train glided on its return path, and the familiar landscapes reappeared, yet they were subtly altered, as though twilight had revealed their secret faces. The weeping willows bowed low again, their branches now gilded with dream dusk, each leaf tipped with soft rose-gold light. The sound they made was softer still, a hush like a lullaby sung by the world itself. Within the carriage, time seemed to exhale. Mrs. Potts had drifted into a gentle slumber, her steam finally settled into stillness. Chip remained curled on his velvet cushion, his porcelain features calm in repose. Even Cogsworth's rigid posture had loosened. His hands lay folded, his precise clockwork movements stilled, as though he, too, had surrendered to rest. Lumiere's flames, usually lively, flickered in the gentlest of rhythms, casting shadows like sleepy sprites along the curved walls. Belle smiled softly at the sight. Their companions, so often full of chatter, bustle, and lively quarrels, had been wrapped, like herself, in the enchantment of the journey. It was not silence of emptiness, but silence full of presence, like a held breath before a dream is spoken aloud. Gradually, the train slowed. The low hum diminished until it was almost imperceptible, the quiet so complete that even Belle's heartbeat felt like part of its rhythm. The door, carved from smooth silken wood and veined with faint silver light, opened without sound. The cool, lavender-scented air of the evening flowed inside, carrying with it the faint rustle of leaves and the perfume of twilight blossoms. Belle and the beast rose together, stepping out onto the dew-kissed ground. The earth felt springy beneath their feet, as though the soil itself had been refreshed by dreams. They breathed in deeply, the air alive with freshness and possibility. They felt renewed, lighter somehow, as if the train had polished their spirits until they gleamed softly within. Behind them, the train of the whispering willows gleamed one last time. Its brass fittings glowed in the fading light, every window flickering with hints of starlight and memory. Then, with unhurried grace, it began to recede, not racing away, but dissolving gently, carriage by carriage, into the deepening indigo. Soon it was no more than a shimmer at the horizon, then a sigh of wind through the willows, and finally only the lingering scent of lavender and quiet magic remained. Belle slipped her hand into the beast's paw. Their steps were unburdened, almost weightless, as they followed the familiar path toward their cottage. Overhead, the moon had risen large and luminous, a perfect pearl suspended in the velvet sky. Its silver light lay tenderly over the landscape, turning every blade of grass and leaf into a thing of quiet wonder. The air was cool, still, and filled with the subtle promise of a night at peace. Inside the cottage, the lamps glowed warmly, their light a gentle golden counterpoint to the moon outside. Belle moved with ease, brewing a cup of fragrant herbal tea whose steam unfurled into the cozy air like a sigh. She carried it to the window, settling into her favorite chair. Beside her, the beast lowered himself comfortably, his great form radiating warmth. His low, steady rumble was as comforting as the heartbeat of a home. She gazed out at the night. The stars winked softly, as though heavy with sleep, their reflections scattered faintly in the quiet stream nearby. A profound tranquility filled her, seeping into her bones, into her very breath. The memory of the journey was still wrapped around her like a silken shawl, the luminous library, the glowing gardens of dreams, the shimmering lake, the gentle companionship. All of it rested within her as something more than memory, a promise, a whisper that the train of the whispering willows was not bound to a single night. Perhaps, when the time was right, it would return, its brass gleaming, its carriages waiting, its quiet hum calling her once more into realms of beauty and peace. Until then, she was content. Belle leaned her head against the beast's shoulder, her tea warm in her hands, her heart quiet. Sleep gathered softly around her, tender as a lullaby. The world was hushed, the stars shimmered faintly, and within the cottage all was still. And as her eyes grew heavy, she carried with her the certainty that somewhere, just beyond the veil of dreams, the train of the whispering willows waited patiently, ready to carry them again into wonder. The Library Cat's Teaching, a Zen Tales sleep story. In the quiet hills beyond the valley of 7 streams, the morning mist did not merely hover, it was a living, breathing veil. It rose from the valley floor like a silent army of cloud, swirling through the bamboo groves until it pressed against the very foundation of the temple itself. These groves, tall and impossibly green, acted as natural flutes, catching the wind and turning it into a low, resonant sigh that was the first sound of every day. The air here was always cool, perpetually cleansed by the height and the flow of the mountain streams that fed the valley below. Stone lanterns, moss-covered and venerable, did more than mark the paths. They were silent guardians, their surfaces worn smooth by centuries of sandaled feet, not just those of the monks, but of pilgrims who sought the ancient wisdom held within. The temple library stood as a jewel set into this natural tapestry, its curved roof lines, sweeping upward with an effortless grace, were an architectural prayer designed to harmonize with the mountain peaks behind them. The wood of the walls, a silvery grey born of rain and sun, seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it, holding within it the whispered prayers of countless seasons. The temple's name, though rarely spoken aloud, was Hishokuji, the Temple of Hidden Light, a fitting title for a place that held the illumination of knowledge tucked away from the clamor of the world. Within these sacred halls lived Yuki, a small cat whose presence was so quiet, so integrated into the stillness, that she often went unnoticed by new visitors. Her fur, the color of winter moonlight, was a perfect camouflage against the aged scrolls and polished wood, soft white, touched with shadows of gray that were not true color, but an illusion of movement, shifting and dancing in the flickering light of oil lamps. Yuki's arrival was a tale often repeated, a small parable in itself. She had been a tiny, orphaned kitten, found beside a rapidly flowing mountain stream by a traveling monk who was returning from a pilgrimage to the distant coastal monasteries. The monk, sensing a spirit of quiet contemplation in the fragile creature, had carried her back in the voluminous folds of his saffron robes. Now, after many seasons of growth and silent observation, she had become an intrinsic part of the library's very essence, as irreplaceable as the ancient scrolls themselves. Her life was a gentle rhythm of sunbeams, silence, and the faint, sweet scent of incense and old paper. The library was Yuki's entire world, and it was a universe rich with texture and meaning. The tall shelves of cedar wood were the pillars of this world, rising from floor to ceiling, their grain a swirling history of growth, their surfaces polished by time and the casual brush of passing robes. They were laden with treasures, scrolls wrapped in silk of every imaginable hue. There was deep burgundy, the color of sunset over the valley, forest green, like the deep shadows in the bamboo grove, golden yellow that truly did resemble autumn leaves pressed flat, and a mesmerizing blue as deep as mountain lakes, a blue so intense it seemed to hold the reflected starlight of the midnight sky. Each of these silken bundles contained wisdom gathered across generations. They held poems about the changing seasons, charting the eternal cycle of life, death, and renewal. They held teachings on the nature of existence, complex philosophical treatises on the self and the void, and perhaps most beloved by the few who read them, stories of enlightenment found in the most ordinary moments, tales of washing rice, sweeping courtyards, or simply drinking tea. The space between the towering shelves was as sacred as the scrolls themselves. Here, low tables were set for study, holding the tools of scholarship and art. Brushes with handles of finely worked bamboo and smooth, cool jade rested beside inkstones carved from dark river rock. Small porcelain dishes for water necessary for diluting the ink sat catching the light, reflecting the cedar wood and the silk wrappers like mirrors, tiny portals to the stillness around them. The air itself was a gentle current of sensory experience. The subtle, warm fragrance of sandalwood incense burned continuously in small bronze holders shaped like mythical creatures, mixing with the more profound, earthy scent of old paper, the faint, dry aroma of wood pulp and thyme, and the ethereal sweetness of the plum blossoms that grew just outside the tall, latticed windows. This blend of scents was the breath of the library, perpetually calming, a gentle reminder of the natural world just beyond the walls and the world of thought within. It was here, among these treasures of wisdom, that Yuki had made her home. Her claimed corner was not arbitrary. It was the nexus where a low bookshelf met the wall, forming a perfect nook that provided both shelter and a commanding view. The silk cushion, a gift from the head librarian, Master Chen, was a luxurious deep purple with threads of gold, a tiny, regal throne for the temple's most silent observer. Master Chen, an elderly monk whose face was a roadmap of quiet smiles, had intuitively understood Yuki's special, almost reverent connection to the sacred texts. From this vantage point, she was both perfectly comfortable and perfectly positioned to absorb the atmosphere of the entire library. On this particular evening, the air carried the crisp scent of an approaching chill as autumn painted the mountainside in glorious, fleeting shades of copper and gold. Yuki settled into her cushion with a fluid, graceful precision that only cats possess, folding her paws beneath her chest as if settling a long-practiced zazen posture. The library was transitioning. The last of the day's visitors had departed, their footsteps fading down the stone pathway until they were swallowed by the valley's quiet. The building had returned to its natural state of profound quiet, a silence so deep it seemed to hum. Master Chen, the keeper of the keys and the wisdom, moved through the halls with a silence born of practiced habit, his sandals barely disturbing the floorboards. He was ensuring that every scroll was properly secured, every lamp trimmed, before retiring to his simple chambers. The oil lamps flickered gently in their bronze holders, the only source of light, their weak flames casting dancing shadows that animated the library. These shadows made the elegant written characters on the nearby scrolls seem to shimmer and move, as if the ancient wisdom was struggling to escape the page. Through the tall windows, the first stars, pinpricks of light in a sky, the color of deep indigo silk, were becoming visible. The sound of the valley was minimal, a night bird in the gardens calling with a sound like silver bells, an ethereal note that quickly dissolved back into the surrounding silence. Yuki closed her amber eyes, a final sign that her world was retracting inward. She let her breathing slow, deliberately matching it to the rhythm of the temple itself, that deep eternal pulse that seemed to flow from the very stones and the heartwood. This was her nightly meditation time, the moment dedicated to the art of simply being present. She had learned this not from a book or a teacher, but from years of observing the monk's dedication to stillness, and from some deeper wisdom that seemed to reside innately within her feline body. She was a master of Mushin no mind. As she settled deeper into this profound stillness, A gentle, exploratory breeze stirred through the library. It carried the damp, earthy scent of approaching rain and something else, a subtle, almost imperceptible shift in the very air that spoke of change, not necessarily threatening but inevitable. Yuki's delicate ears twitched slightly, a mere tremor in the moonlight-colored fur, but she remained perfectly in her peaceful posture. She knew, with the certainty of a creature who has watched seasons turn inside a timeless place, that change was nothing new here. It flowed through the library like water through a stream, constant, natural, and necessary. The breeze, a subtle herald of the rain, did not merely lift the scroll, it seemed to select it. It carried a single scroll from a nearby study table, spiraling it in a slow, silent descent. The scroll unrolled partway as it drifted, catching the air before coming to rest softly upon the smooth cedar floor. The paper was clearly ancient, its edges not crisp, but soft and worn with the tactile memory of countless hands and ages. As it settled, the elegant hand-painted characters caught the lamplight. They were not random, they were a verse, a poetic reminder. The text spoke of autumn leaves falling and linked their descent directly to the core Buddhist teaching of impermanence, anicca, how all things arise, exist for a time, and inevitably pass away. The text affirmed that this cycle was not a tragedy, but a truth. Each transition as natural and necessary as breathing. Yuki opened one amber eye to fully observe this small, meaningful event. In her early days, when the temple had been a new and overwhelming place, she would have been startled by such unexpected movement. Instinctively, she might have pounced on the scroll, treating the unrolling paper as a challenging prey or a delightful plaything. But years of living among these sacred texts had instilled in her a different, more contemplative response. She simply watched, her curiosity sharp but completely calm, as the scroll settled into its new temporary position. She understood without words that the scroll had moved itself from one state of being, coiled on a table, to another, unfurled on the floor. This gentle attention to unexpected moments had, in its own silent way, become one of Yuki's greatest teachings, though she was entirely unaware that she taught at all. The monks, attuned to the subtle movements of the world, often paused in their work specifically to watch her response to changes in her environment. They noted how she observed falling leaves through the windows with the exact same quiet interest she gave to sunrise, recognizing no hierarchy in moments of beauty. They saw how she accepted the rearrangement of furniture with equanimity, merely finding a new best place to nap, and how she greeted each new day as if it were both entirely familiar and completely fresh. As the night deepened, the rain began first as a nearly inaudible whisper against the wooden walls, then quickly building to a steady, powerful rhythm that seemed to turn the entire temple into a great, resonant drum. Each drop on the curved roof tiles added its voice to a symphony of water that had been playing, season after season, for centuries. The sound was hypnotic, a natural lullaby that made even the oil lamp flames seem to sway in drowsy contentment. Yuki felt her muscles relax completely, her small body becoming as soft and pliable as flowing water. This was one of her favorite times, these deep night hours, when the boundary between waking and sleeping became as fluid as mist. She was consciously aware of the rain, aware of the scroll lying open on the floor, aware of the gentle creaking of the wooden building as it settled further into the embrace of the storm. Yet she was also drifting in that peaceful, quiet space between thoughts. In this tranquil, drowsy state, memories arose like bubbles in still water, each one perfect and complete, before dissolving back into the depths of her consciousness. She remembered her first winter at the temple, a time when she had been small enough to curl up inside a large tea bowl for warmth and comfort. Master Chen had found her there one morning, a tiny ball of white and grey fur sleeping peacefully among the delicate implements for the tea ceremony. He hadn't scolded her, he had simply smiled and gently carried the bowl, with her still asleep inside, to a place near the warm Aurori hearth. "Ah, little one," Master Chen had whispered, his voice a low, warm current of affection that settled around the kitten. "You understand already. The bowl is empty, yet it contains everything. You are small, yet you fill all the space you need." He had not been speaking merely of the physical space. He was acknowledging the vast, quiet presence she held. This tiny moment became one of Yuki's foundational memories, a lesson in presence and paradox delivered by the wisest man she knew. She remembered the changing seasons that had marked her years in the library, each one a different chapter in the temple's story. Springs arrived with a rush of life, filling the air with the delicate perfume of cherry blossoms and the bright sound of returning birds that nested in the eaves. Summers were times of deep contemplation, when the afternoon light poured through the tall windows in golden columns, making the ancient scrolls seem to glow from within with captured light and wisdom. Autumns were a time of visual poetry, painting the mountainside in vibrant hues and filling the gardens with the dry, satisfying rustle of fallen leaves. And winters, those profound, hushed times when a thick layer of snow muffled all sounds, and the library became a cave of warm light and peaceful shadows, a protected haven against the cold. Each season had brought its own gifts and, in turn, gently taken others away. New scrolls had been added to the collection, arriving carefully wrapped in the hands of traveling scholars or donated by wealthy benefactors from distant cities. Meanwhile, ancient scrolls had to be tended to with the utmost care as their paper began to yellow and crack. Their irreplaceable wisdom was transferred to fresh silk by Master Chen's steady hand, before the old, fragile carrier was allowed to dissolve back into the elements from which it originally came, a perfect, tangible example of impermanence in practice. Yuki had witnessed all of these transitions, the arrival, the decay, the preservation, with the same gentle acceptance she now brought to the scroll lying open on the floor. She had learned, without anyone teaching her directly, that change was not something to resist, but something to embrace as naturally as breathing. The library itself was her most profound teacher in this, showing her daily how the essential wisdom could be preserved even as its containers transformed, and how the essential truth remained even as its expression evolved. The rain continued its steady, mesmerizing song against the roof tiles, and somewhere deep in its rhythm, Yuki began to hear something entirely new. It was subtle at first, like a melody hidden within a melody, but as her attention settled more deeply into the sound, it became distinct. The rain was not just making noise, it was speaking of time, not the hurried, measured time of clocks and calendars, but the fluid time of seasons and growth, of patience and gradual understanding. She visualized the journey. Each drop that struck the tiles had traveled from distant oceans, had risen as mist to form clouds, had journeyed across mountains and valleys, and now, here, it fell in this specific moment to nourish the temple gardens and create this gentle symphony. Tomorrow, these same drops would seep into the earth, nourish the roots of ancient trees, flow in hidden underground streams, and eventually return to the sky to begin the entire, perfect journey all over again. The rain was the very definition of cyclical, eternal change. This endless cycle of transformation filled Yuki with a deep sense of peace. She thought of her own small life, how she had arrived as an orphaned kitten and grown into the temple's resident wisdom keeper, how each day brought new moments of discovery, even in the familiar surroundings she knew by heart, how each breath she took was part of the same eternal circulation that moved the rain and the seasons and the stars. As if summoned by her contemplations, Master Chen's footsteps whispered through the halls. Even at his advanced age, he moved with the fluid grace of someone who had spent decades practicing the art of mindful walking. Yuki heard him pause at the entrance to her corner of the library, and she opened her eyes to meet his gentle gaze. "Ah, Yuki-san," he said softly, using the respectful honorific that always made her purr with contentment. "I see you have found tonight's teaching." He gestured toward the unrolled scroll on the floor, his weathered hands moving with the precision of a tea ceremony master. Yuki blinked slowly at him, the cat equivalent of a peaceful smile. Master Chen approached the scroll and knelt beside it with the careful movements of one whose joints carried the wisdom of many winters. As he lifted the ancient paper, his eyes reflected the same gentle curiosity that Yuki brought to each moment. The autumn leaves fall, each one perfect in its letting go, he read quietly, his voice barely disturbing the rain's rhythm. In their release, they teach the trees how to prepare for spring. Nothing is lost, everything is transformed. He carefully rolled the scroll and placed it back on its proper shelf, but not before holding it for a moment against his heart, a gesture Yuki had seen him make countless times with particularly meaningful texts. It was his way of honoring the wisdom contained within, of acknowledging that these written words were more than mere symbols on paper. Even the wind knows when it is time to share such teachings. Master Chen murmured, settling cross-legged on the floor near Yuki's cushion. "And you, little teacher, know how to receive them without grasping, how to learn without striving." Yuki began to purr. a sound so soft and rhythmic it seemed to harmonize with the rain. Master Chen closed his eyes and let the gentle vibration wash over him. He had often marveled at how this small cat embodied the very principles he had spent decades studying in books. Her purr was like a living sutra, her presence a reminder that enlightenment was not something to be achieved, but something to be lived, moment by moment, breath by breath. They sat together in comfortable silence, the old monk and the temple cat, each a perfect expression of the same underlying peace. Outside, the rain continued its ancient teaching, each drop a small lesson in the art of letting go. The storm would pass as all storms did, but its gift of presence would remain in the nourished earth and in the hearts of those who had truly listened. As the night deepened, Master Chen eventually rose with the same quiet grace with which he had arrived. He paused to gently stroke Yuki's head, his touch feather-light and warm. "Sweet dreams, little bodhisattva," he whispered. "May your sleep be as peaceful as your waking." After his footsteps faded down the corridor, Yuki settled more deeply into her silk cushion. The library around her seemed to exhale, releasing the day's accumulated energy and preparing for the profound rest that comes with true darkness. The oil lamps continued their gentle flickering, but their light seemed softer now, more like starlight than flame. Through the windows, Yuki could see that the rain had gentled to a fine mist that caught the light from the stone lanterns in the garden. Each droplet that clung to the bamboo leaves looked like a tiny jewel, perfect and temporary, beautiful, precisely because it would not last forever. Soon the mist would lift, the sun would rise, and those perfect droplets would return to the sky, but their brief moment of visibility was no less precious for its impermanence. This understanding settled into Yuki's consciousness like a warm blanket. She had learned, through seasons of quiet observation, that beauty was not diminished by impermanence but enhanced by it. The cherry blossoms were more precious because they bloomed for such a short time. The perfect silence of early morning was more profound because it would soon give way to the day's activities. Her own small life held more meaning because she understood its place in the endless flow of existence. As sleep began to claim her, Yuki's purr softened to barely a whisper of sound. Her breathing slowed until it matched the gentle rhythm of the rain, and her amber eyes closed as softly as flower petals folding at dusk. In her drowsing state, the boundaries between herself and her surroundings became beautifully blurred. She was the silk cushion beneath her, soft and yielding. She was the ancient scrolls surrounding her, filled with timeless wisdom. She was the flickering oil lamps, steady yet ever-changing. She was the rain outside, patient and nurturing. She was the temple itself, rooted in earth yet reaching toward heaven. She was the vast sky that contained all weather, all seasons, all the countless moments that make up a life. In this state of perfect unity, Yuki's dreams began, or perhaps they were not dreams at all, but simply a deeper level of the same presence she cultivated while awake. She found herself walking through the temple gardens in a light that was neither day nor night, but something altogether more luminous. The paths were carpeted with fallen leaves of every color, gold and crimson and deep purple, yet each step she took was silent, as if she moved through water rather than air. Every plant in the garden seemed to glow with its own inner light. The bamboo groves swayed in a breeze that carried the fragrance of jasmine and pine. The stone lanterns were lit not with flame, but with something that looked like captured starlight, casting no shadows but illuminating everything with perfect clarity. At the center of the garden stood a great tree that Yuki had never seen before, though it felt familiar as her own heartbeat. Its trunk was silver white, like moonlight made solid, and its branches reached in all directions without regard for the usual rules of growth. Some branches bore spring's new leaves, others summer's full foliage, still others autumn's gold, and some were bare with winter's elegant simplicity. Beneath this impossible tree sat a figure in meditation robes the color of twilight. As Yuki approached, she realized it was Master Chen, but also not Master Chen. He appeared as he might have at every age, simultaneously young and old, student and teacher, human and something more universal. "Yuki-san," he said without opening his eyes, his voice carrying the same warmth it held in waking life, but enriched with harmonics that seemed to come from the very air. "You see now what I have been trying to understand through all my years of study." Yuki sat before him, her dream body as light as mist yet perfectly present. Around them, the garden pulsed gently with the rhythm of a great heart, and she understood that this was not just any garden, but the source from which all gardens grew, the template of peace that existed beyond the realm of ordinary perception. "The tree shows all seasons at once," the figure continued, his words creating ripples in the luminous air. "But it is not confused by this. It simply is, without choosing one season over another, without grasping at spring or pushing away winter. It offers shelter to all who seek it, regardless of whether they come in times of abundance or scarcity." Yuki felt a deep understanding bloom within her dream consciousness. This was the teaching that had been waiting for her all along, hidden in every ordinary moment of her temple life. The library with its scrolls of changing wisdom, the seasons that transformed the gardens year after year, even her own small existence, all were expressions of this same truth. Nothing needed to be permanent to be perfect. Nothing needed to last forever to have infinite value. The beauty lay not in holding on, but in being fully present for each transformation, greeting each change as a teacher rather than a threat. The dream garden began to shimmer and fade, not with any sense of loss, but with the same gentle transition that marks the end of a perfect piece of music. As consciousness slowly returned to her sleeping form in the library, Yuki carried with her a feeling of absolute completion, as if she had remembered something she had always known but forgotten she knew. She drifted in that liminal space between dream and sleep, her purr so soft it was almost imaginary, her breathing deep and peaceful. The rain outside had gentled to the faintest whisper against the windows, and the oil lamps flickered lower, their flames settling into steady, meditative glows. In this perfect quiet, surrounded by the accumulated wisdom of centuries and cradled in the ancient peace of the temple, Yuki embodied the very teaching she had received in her dream. She was completely present and completely at rest, holding nothing and lacking nothing, as temporary as a dewdrop and as eternal as the mountain itself. The scroll that had fallen earlier in the evening remained safely on its shelf, its teaching delivered not through reading but through experience, not through understanding but through being. And in the morning, when the sun rose over the eastern mountains and painted the mist-covered valleys in shades of gold and rose, Yuki would greet the new day with the same gentle curiosity she brought to every moment, knowing that each sunrise was both exactly like all others and utterly unique, precious beyond measure, precisely because it would never come again. But for now, she slept the sleep of the truly peaceful, her small body, a perfect expression of the Buddha nature that flows through all beings, her presence a blessing to the ancient library and all who would find wisdom there. In her dreams the rain continued to fall, each drop a teacher, each moment a gift, each breath a prayer of gratitude for the endless, ever-changing, perfect dance of existence. And the temple held them all, cat and monk, scroll and stone, rain and silence in its compassionate embrace, where every ending is also a beginning, and where the deepest teaching is simply the art of letting each moment be exactly as it is, perfect in its impermanence, beautiful in its brief flowering, eternal in its essential nature. The night settled deeper, and peace settled deeper still, until there was no difference between the sleeping cat and the sleeping temple, between the ancient wisdom and the present moment, between the rain outside and the perfect stillness within. Alice in Wonderland, a Halloween sleep story, the autumn moon garden. The afternoon light filtered through the gauzy, cream-colored curtains of Alice's bedroom, casting long, golden streams that painted the walls with a warm, amber glow. The crisp scent of October air seeped through the slightly open window, carrying hints of fallen leaves, distant wood smoke, and the faint sweetness of ripe apples from the orchard nearby. Alice had been curled up in her favorite reading nook, a plush armchair upholstered in soft sage green, with a worn collection of autumn poetry resting in her lap. Her eyes traced the delicate words on the page, each verse evoking the rustle of leaves and the quiet melancholy of the season. Outside, amber and crimson leaves performed a slow, graceful ballet, twirling and drifting to the ground below in a mesmerizing dance orchestrated by the autumn breeze. As the warmth of the afternoon sun caressed her face, drowsiness began to tug at her eyelids, gentle as a mother's touch, coaxing her toward sleep. The book slipped from her fingers, its pages whispering as it settled against the armrest, and Alice sank deeper into the cushions, her breathing slowing to a soft, steady rhythm. In that liminal space between waking and dreaming, where the boundaries of reality blur and the impossible feels within reach, Alice felt herself gently pulled into a familiar yet exhilarating sensation. It was as if she were adrift on a tranquil river, the current carrying her effortlessly downstream toward a destination that shimmered with promise and mystery. The golden light in her room seemed to pulse and ripple like sunlight reflecting off water, and the air grew thick with an otherworldly energy that tingled against her skin. before she could fully register the strangeness of it all, the world around her shifted, and she found herself standing in a place that was both utterly foreign and deeply familiar, as if her heart had always known it existed. The transition was seamless, like stepping through a doorway she hadn't noticed was there, and she stood, wide-eyed, at the edge of a scene so breathtaking it seemed to belong to a dream crafted just for her. The place before her could only be described as an autumn moon garden, though the term felt inadequate to capture the enchantment that unfolded in every direction. Above the sky was a deep, velvety twilight purple, a canvas of rich indigo that seemed to hum with quiet magic. Stars dotted the heavens, each one larger and more luminous than any Alice had ever seen, their silver light casting a soft, ethereal glow over the landscape below. A full harvest moon hung low on the horizon, its golden surface so close and vivid that Alice felt she could climb the gentle hill before her, stretch out her hand, and brush her fingers against its radiant, pock-marked face. The moonlight bathed the garden in a warm, amber hue, blending with the starlight to create a scene that felt both timeless and alive, as if the very air were infused with the essence of autumn itself. The garden was unlike anything Alice had encountered, even in her previous adventures through the whimsical chaos of Wonderland. Where she might have expected to find beds of roses or tulips, there were instead rows upon rows of jack-o'-lanterns, growing as naturally as any flower. These were no ordinary pumpkins. They were alive with a gentle inner light that pulsed like a heartbeat. The smallest were no larger than her thumb, glowing with a faint, firefly-like warmth that flickered delicately in the twilight. Their tiny, carved faces bore expressions of quiet curiosity, as if they were just beginning to understand the world around them. Medium-sized jack-o'-lanterns dotted the rows, their carved features more defined, kindly eyes that seemed to follow her movements, soft smiles that radiated warmth, and cheerful grins that nodded in silent greeting. Each one seemed to possess a personality, a spark of life that made the garden feel like a gathering of old friends rather than a mere collection of plants. The largest jack-o'-lanterns were truly magnificent, towering nearly as tall as Alice herself, their surfaces etched with intricate designs that rivaled the finest portraits. Their carved faces were not menacing but serene, wise, or gently amused, as if they held the secrets of countless autumns within their glowing cores. Some bore expressions of quiet contemplation, their eyes seeming to gaze into the distance with a knowing calm. Others appeared to share private jokes, their lips curved in subtle, mischievous smiles that invited Alice to join in their silent mirth. The warm amber light they emitted pulsed in a slow, rhythmic pattern, reminiscent of a contented sigh or the steady beat of a heart at rest, filling the garden with a sense of peace that wrapped around Alice like a soft blanket. Winding between the rows of glowing pumpkins were pathways of silvery sand, their surfaces shimmering with an inner light that made them easy to navigate even in the dim twilight. The sand was soft underfoot, cool yet comforting, and seemed to sparkle with flecks of starlight embedded within it. Along the edges of the paths, Tall ornamental grasses swayed in a breeze so gentle it was barely perceptible, their feathery plumes catching the moonlight and casting intricate patterns of shadow and silver. The grasses moved in a slow, hypnotic dance, their tips brushing against one another in a whisper of sound that added to the garden's serene atmosphere. Occasionally, a single plume would detach and drift upward, catching the light in a fleeting moment of brilliance before settling back among its kin as if reluctant to leave the garden's embrace. As Alice stepped onto one of the shimmering paths, she felt the air itself come alive with a subtle, enchanting magic. Tiny sparks of light floated lazily through the atmosphere like fireflies on a summer evening, but as they drew closer, she saw they were not insects but translucent leaves, each glowing with a soft, golden radiance from within. These leaves defied gravity, falling upward as often as down, tracing gentle spirals and loops in the air before settling wherever they pleased. Some landed on the sandy paths, where they glimmered like scattered jewels. Others nestled among the jack-o'-lantern vines, adding to their glow, and a few brushed against Alice's hair, their touch light and fleeting, before continuing their unhurried dance. The sight was so mesmerizing that Alice paused to watch, her breath catching at the beauty of it all, feeling as though she had stumbled into a world where every detail was crafted to inspire wonder. The silence of the garden was profound, yet it was not a hollow absence of sound, but a rich tapestry woven from the subtlest noises. The distant whisper of wind rustling through autumn trees carried a melody that seemed to speak of ancient forests and forgotten harvest festivals. The soft rustle of leaves, both those falling to the ground and those rising into the air, created a gentle counterpoint, like the breath of the garden itself. The jack-o'-lanterns emitted a faint hum, a sound so low and soothing it was felt more than heard, resonating with a warmth that seemed to say all was well in this magical place. Occasionally, Alice caught the faintest echo of laughter, soft, distant, and filled with joy rather than mockery. It was the kind of laughter that invited her to share in its warmth, to feel included in the quiet celebration of this enchanted autumn night. As Alice followed the winding path, her footsteps soft against the silvery sand, she came upon a small clearing where the jack-o'-lanterns grew in a perfect circle around a shallow crystalline pool. The water was so still and clear it seemed as though a piece of the night sky had been carefully excised and laid into the earth. Stars reflected in its surface, but they moved independently of the stars above, tracing their own languid patterns in a slow, mesmerizing dance. The effect was hypnotic, and Alice found herself staring into the pool, captivated by the interplay of light and shadow, as if the water held secrets it was not yet ready to share. The surrounding jack-o'-lanterns cast their warm glow across the pool, their light mingling with the starlight to create a scene of otherworldly beauty. Seated beside the pool on a cushion of velvety moss was a figure Alice recognized instantly, though he was transformed by the serenity of this place. It was the Mad Hatter, but his usual frenetic energy had been replaced by a calm, almost regal stillness that seemed perfectly suited to the garden's tranquil atmosphere. His iconic hat, once tall and tattered, was now a deep midnight blue, adorned with tiny silver stars that twinkled in harmony with the sky above. His coat, too, had undergone a transformation, its patchwork fabric replaced by soft velvet in a rich forest green, with polished brass buttons that caught the light from the surrounding jack-o'-lanterns and reflected it in warm golden glints. His eyes, usually wide with manic glee, now held a gentle warmth, and his smile was one of quiet contentment. "Alice," he said, his voice soft and measured, a stark contrast to his usual rapid-fire chatter. "How delightful that you've found your way to the autumn moon garden. I was just sharing tea with the October spirits, and they've expressed a keen interest in meeting you." His words were accompanied by a gesture toward the empty space around the pool, and Alice followed his gaze, puzzled at first by the absence of any other figures. But as she looked more closely, she began to notice details she had overlooked. The jack-o'-lanterns encircling the pool weren't merely carved with random faces. They bore the likenesses of gentle, kindly spirits, their expressions alive with warmth and curiosity. Some blinked slowly, their carved eyes moving with a subtle lifelike grace. Others tilted their heads thoughtfully, as if considering her presence, and a few nodded in silent acknowledgement, their smiles welcoming her into their quiet gathering. "Please, sit," the Hatter invited, gesturing to a patch of moss that seemed to mold itself into a comfortable seat just as Alice needed it. She settled onto it, marveling at its warmth and softness, like sitting on a cloud warmed by the last rays of an autumn sunset. As she made herself comfortable, a delicate china teacup appeared beside her, seemingly out of nowhere, filled with a steaming liquid that carried the rich, comforting scents of cinnamon, nutmeg, and a mysterious spice that evoked memories of cozy evenings by a fire. The cup was warm in her hands, its surface painted with delicate autumn leaves that seemed to shift and shimmer in the moonlight. "The October spirits were just explaining," the Hatter continued, his voice steady and soothing, "that Halloween magic is a unique kind, distinct from the wild transformations or startling surprises of other realms. It's a magic rooted in recognition and comfort, a gentle reminder that the unknown can be friendly, that shadows can be warm and inviting rather than cold and foreboding." As he spoke, Alice noticed that the shadows cast by the jack-o'-lanterns were not stark or ominous, but a soft, glowing grey, radiant with their own subtle light. They seemed like places where one might curl up with a book or drift into a peaceful nap, surrounded by the garden's quiet embrace. "Would you like to help us tend the garden?" came a voice, warm and grandmotherly, from one of the larger jack-o'-lanterns, though its carved mouth remained still. The tone was so kind and welcoming that Alice felt an immediate sense of belonging, as if she had been invited into a cherished family tradition. She nodded instinctively, her heart answering before her mind could catch up, drawn to the idea of contributing to this magical place. She stood, still clutching her fragrant tea, and looked to the Hatter for guidance. "It's quite simple," he said, rising with a graceful ease that seemed entirely natural in this serene setting. "We need to help the jack-o'-lantern seeds find their perfect places in the garden, ensuring each growing pumpkin receives just the right balance of moonlight and starshine." He led her to a corner of the garden she hadn't noticed before, where the ground was blanketed with tiny, glowing seeds scattered across the silvery sand. Each seed pulsed with its own unique light, some warm amber, others soft orange, deep red, or pale yellow, each with a rhythm that felt alive and individual, like the heartbeat of a tiny, hopeful creature. Some pulsed quickly, as if eager to grow, while others glowed with a slow, contemplative rhythm that spoke of patience and wisdom. Each seed, the Hatter explained, kneeling beside the scattered lights with a reverence that matched the garden's tranquility, will grow into the jack-o'-lantern the garden needs, but only if it's planted in the spot where it feels most at home. The trick is to listen with your heart, not your mind, and let the seed guide you. Alice knelt beside him, her eyes drawn to a small seed glowing with a particularly warm amber light, its rhythm steady and comforting, like the purr of a contented cat. As her fingers brushed against it, she felt a gentle, emotional pull, not a physical tug, but a quiet yearning, as if the seed longed for a place it had yet to discover. Trusting this feeling, Alice stood and moved through the garden, the seed cradled in her palms. The pull grew stronger as she neared the reflecting pool, where the moonlight fell in a delicate pattern through the swaying grasses, creating a mosaic of light and shadow. She knelt and pressed the seed into the soft, warm earth, feeling the ground yield gently beneath her touch. Almost instantly, a tiny green shoot emerged, its delicate leaves unfurling in the moonlight, radiating a quiet contentment that warmed Alice's heart. She smiled, a wave of peace washing over her, as if she had helped a small piece of the world find its rightful place. "Perfect," said the grandmotherly voice from the jack-o'-lantern, its tone filled with approval and affection. "You have the touch, my dear. Each seed you plant will grow into exactly what the garden needs." Encouraged, Alice continued her work, moving through the garden with a sense of purpose that felt both new and timeless. She planted dozens of seeds, each one guiding her to its ideal spot through that same gentle emotional pull. Some longed to be near the reflecting pool, where their light could mingle with the starlit water. Others preferred the winding paths, where they could greet passers-by with their warm glow, and a few felt most at home on the hillside, closer to the stars that seemed to sing to them in the quiet night. As she worked, Alice's movements grew slower, more deliberate, each action a meditative act that deepened her connection to the garden. The rhythm of walking, kneeling, and planting became a soothing ritual, her breathing aligning with the gentle pulsing of the jack-o'-lanterns around her. Her mind grew quiet, free of the usual clutter of thoughts, filled instead with the simple joy of being part of this magical place. The Hatter worked beside her, his own movements graceful and unhurried, occasionally humming soft melodies that seemed to coax the seeds into settling happily into the earth. At times she overheard him speaking quietly with the October spirits, their voices blending into the garden's symphony as they discussed the balance of colors and rhythms needed to complete the garden's harmony. The hours slipped by, though time seemed to flow differently in the autumn moon garden, stretching and contracting like a dream. Alice felt no fatigue, only a deep sense of fulfillment as she tended to the seeds, each one a small promise of light and warmth. The garden seemed to respond to her efforts, its glow growing brighter, its hum more resonant, as if it were thanking her for her care. And as she worked, she couldn't help but feel that she, too, was finding her place in this enchanted world, her heart aligning with the quiet magic of the October night. As the evening deepened, Alice's senses sharpened, and she began to notice subtle movements in the garden's soft twilight that she had initially mistaken for mere shadows cast by the glowing jack-o'-lanterns. At first they appeared as fleeting flickers, dancing at the edges of her vision, but as she focused, she realized they were not shadows at all, but gentle, translucent spirits, ethereal inhabitants of the garden itself. These figures moved with a grace that seemed almost choreographed, their motions fluid and deliberate, like dancers performing a silent ballet under the harvest moon. They tended to the growing jack-o'-lanterns with delicate touches, adjusting vines, brushing silvery sand from leaves, or gently coaxing a seedling to stand a little taller. Though they never spoke, their presence was warm and welcoming, and occasionally one would pause to nod at Alice, their translucent faces radiating quiet approval. The acknowledgement filled her with a profound sense of connection, as if her careful work planting seeds was not just appreciated but woven into the very fabric of this magical place, a shared effort that transcended time and space. The spirits themselves were a vision of otherworldly beauty, their forms crafted from moonlight and autumn mist, substantial enough to interact with the garden, yet so ethereal that Alice could see the twinkling stars through their shimmering outlines. Their garments flowed like liquid night, as if woven from the deep indigo of the twilight sky, adorned with intricate patterns of constellations that shifted and reformed with every movement. Some bore the faint outlines of Orion or the Pleiades, while others displayed unfamiliar star formations that seemed to tell stories of forgotten skies. Their faces were serene, ageless, and imbued with a timeless quality that suggested they had been tending this enchanted garden for centuries, perhaps millennia, their presence as constant as the turning of the seasons, their eyes, glowing softly with the same silver light as the stars above, held a kindness that made Alice feel instantly at ease, as if she were among old friends who had known her long before she arrived in this magical place. One spirit, whose starry gown seemed to contain an entire galaxy of tiny, pulsating lights, approached Alice as she knelt to plant a particularly large seed that glowed with a deep, rich purple light, its rhythm slow and resonant, like the tolling of a distant bell. The spirit knelt beside her, its translucent hands hovering over Alice's own, guiding them with a gentle, almost imperceptible touch to press the seed to the perfect depth in the warm, yielding earth. As their hands moved together, Alice felt a surge of warmth and gratitude, a profound sense of belonging that enveloped her like a soft embrace. It was as if she had been welcomed into an ancient lineage of gardeners, a sacred tradition that stretched back through countless autumns, each caretaker adding their love and care to the garden's enduring magic. The spirit's touch was cool yet comforting, and its presence seemed to whisper of shared purpose, of a bond forged in the quiet act of nurturing life in this enchanted place. When the seed was planted, a tiny sprout emerged almost instantly, its leaves unfurling with a soft glow that mirrored the purple light of the seed. The spirit stood, its starry gown shimmering with a cascade of light, and gestured toward a part of the garden Alice had yet to explore. Intrigued, she followed the silent invitation, her footsteps soft against the silvery sand as she wound through the glowing rows of jack-o'-lanterns. The path led her to a grove of trees, their branches heavy with hanging lanterns that were not made of glass or metal but of hollow gourds and small pumpkins, each carved with intricate lace-like patterns. These natural lanterns glowed with a warm golden light, casting delicate shadow pictures onto the ground below that shifted gently in the breeze. The patterns were mesmerizing, their designs so precise and detailed that they seemed to hold stories within their flickering forms, inviting Alice to pause and lose herself in their quiet beauty. The shadow pictures were not the eerie or unsettling images one might expect in a moonlit grove, but gentle, heartwarming scenes that spoke of the joys of autumn. Alice saw vignettes of harvest festivals, with villagers dancing around bonfires, their faces alight with laughter and camaraderie. Other shadows depicted families gathered around long tables laden with steaming dishes, their hands clasped in gratitude before a meal. She saw children leaping into piles of crisp leaves, their giggles almost audible in the stillness, and couples sharing warm drinks under blankets, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of candlelight. The scenes moved slowly, like a dream unfolding at its own leisurely pace, each one a celebration of the ways autumn brought people together in moments of comfort, connection, and quiet joy. Alice stood transfixed, her heart swelling with a longing to be part of those scenes, to share in the warmth and togetherness they depicted. At the heart of the grove stood a tree that commanded reverence, its presence ancient and wise, its trunk so broad that Alice imagined it would take a dozen friends holding hands to encircle it. Its bark gleamed silver white in the moonlight, smooth yet textured with the wisdom of countless seasons, and its branches stretched upward, their tips brushing the stars as if in quiet conversation with the heavens. From its lower branches hung dozens of jack-o'-lanterns, each one unique in size, shape, and design, their carved faces glowing with expressions ranging from serene contemplation to gentle amusement. Some were tiny, their light delicate and flickering, while others were large, their intricate carvings resembling portraits of forgotten autumn spirits. The tree seemed to pulse with a quiet energy, as if it were the heart of the garden, anchoring its magic and radiating a sense of timeless peace. Nestled among the great roots of the tree, like a throne carved by nature itself, sat the largest and most magnificent jack-o'-lantern Alice had ever seen. It towered over her, easily twice her height, its surface carved with such intricate artistry that it transcended its humble origins as a pumpkin and became a masterwork of sculpture. The face etched into its glowing surface was benevolent and wise, its kind eyes seeming to hold the accumulated wisdom of countless autumns, their depths reflecting the light of stars and moons long past. Its gentle smile radiated a warmth that enveloped Alice, dispelling any lingering doubts or fears, and filling her with an immediate sense of peace. The jack-o'-lantern's light pulsed slowly, its rhythm steady and comforting, like the heartbeat of the garden itself, inviting all who stood before it to rest in its embrace. "Welcome, Alice," said the great jack-o'-lantern, its voice deep and resonant, like the sound of wind rustling through a forest of autumn leaves, carrying with it the scents of earth and spice. "We have been waiting for you to join us for the Halloween moon ceremony, a moment when the garden comes alive with the magic of this sacred night." The words were spoken with such warmth and sincerity that Alice felt as though she had been personally invited to a gathering of great importance, her presence not just welcomed but essential to the harmony of the event. She looked around and saw that the garden spirits had gathered in the grove, their translucent forms shimmering in the moonlight, their starry garments twinkling in unison with the jack-o'-lanterns. The hatter stood among them, his forest green coat now adorned with a crown of autumn leaves that shimmered with stardust, his serene smile reflecting the garden's tranquil magic. "What is the Halloween moon ceremony?" Alice asked, her voice soft and reverent, instinctively matching the peaceful tone of the gathering. She felt a quiet awe, as if she were standing on the threshold of something ancient and profound, a moment that connected her to a timeless tradition. "It is the moment," the great jack-o'-lantern explained, its voice rich with the weight of centuries, "when we celebrate the harmonious coexistence of the world of the living and the realm of mystery. Tonight, under the radiant full autumn moon, we honor the truth that the unknown need not be feared, that differences can be a source of wonder, and that the boundary between the everyday world and the world of magic is not a barrier but a doorway, inviting us to step through with open hearts." Its words resonated deeply, filling Alice with a sense of clarity and purpose, as if she had always known this truth but needed the garden's wisdom to fully understand it. As if in response to the great jack-o'-lantern's words, the full moon above seemed to blaze with newfound intensity, its silver light flooding the garden with a brilliance that illuminated every detail. The carved faces of the jack-o'-lanterns glowed with warm contentment, their expressions radiating a quiet joy that seemed to echo the moon's light. The spirits shimmered with an ethereal grace, their starry garments sparkling like a celestial tapestry, and the growing plants reached upward, their leaves trembling with gratitude as they bathed in the celestial glow. The entire garden seemed to hum with a shared energy, a collective celebration of the magic that bound it together under the autumn moon. The ceremony itself was unlike any ritual Alice had ever witnessed, its simplicity profound and moving. There were no grand speeches or elaborate gestures, only a shared moment of quiet reverence as everyone in the garden stood together, basking in the moonlight. The spirits, the hatter, and the jack-o'-lanterns all seemed to breathe as one, their presence unified by a deep sense of connection to the magic surrounding them. Alice felt it too, a profound sense of belonging, as if she were part of an ancient lineage that stretched back through generations of gardeners, spirits, and wise jack-o'-lanterns, all united by their love for this enchanted place. The silence was filled with a music born not of instruments but of harmony, the soft hum of the jack-o'-lanterns, the whisper of the autumn breeze through the trees, the gentle laughter of the spirits, and the slow, steady breathing of the earth itself, resting peacefully under the moon's tender care. As Alice stood in the grove, enveloped by the garden's gentle magic, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, warm and comforting, like a soft blanket draped over her shoulders. The moonlight seemed to wrap around her, its silver glow soothing her senses, while the warm light from the jack-o'-lanterns made her eyelids grow heavy with contentment. The ceremony continued around her, its quiet rhythm requiring no effort beyond the simple joy of being present, of sharing in the garden's peace. She felt herself swaying slightly, her body relaxing into the moment, carried by the gentle pulse of the garden's magic. "Alice," the Hatter said softly, appearing beside her with his serene smile, his crown of leaves catching the moonlight in a delicate shimmer. "Would you like to rest in the moon garden's most special sleeping place? The ceremony will continue through the night, and you can sleep peacefully, cradled by the gentle magic that surrounds us." His voice was warm and inviting, promising a rest unlike any she had known. Alice nodded, her eyes heavy with the weight of the day's work and the garden's soothing enchantment. The hours spent tending the seeds, combined with the profound peace of this place, had left her in a state of perfect relaxation, her mind quiet and her heart full. The Hatter led her to a small hill nearby, its surface covered in the softest moss she had ever felt, warm and yielding like a bed crafted by the garden itself. The moonlight fell in a gentle pattern across the hill, filtered through the swaying grasses, and the surrounding jack-o'-lanterns cast warm, comforting shadows that seemed to embrace her. A bed formed itself from the moss and scattered leaves, perfectly shaped to her body, its surface as inviting as a cloud warmed by autumn sunlight. As Alice lay down, the earth beneath her radiated a gentle warmth, as if the garden itself were cradling her in its care. The great oak tree stretched one of its lower branches over her, and from it hung a small, exquisitely carved jack-o'-lantern, its light glowing with the softest, most comforting warmth, bright enough to reassure her, yet dim enough to lull her toward sleep. The light pulsed slowly, its rhythm aligning with her own slowing breaths, guiding her gently toward rest. "Sleep well, dear Alice," whispered the grandmotherly voice from the large jack-o'-lantern, its tone filled with love and protection. "You are safe and cherished in the moon garden, and we will all watch over your dream." dreams. The words wrapped around her like a lullaby, their warmth settling into her heart as she sank deeper into the mossy bed. The sounds of the ongoing ceremony enveloped her, quiet humming from the spirits, the hatter's soft conversation with the October spirits, and the gentle creaking of the ancient oak as it swayed in the breeze. These sounds blended into a melody more beautiful than any lullaby, a symphony of peace and magic that carried her toward sleep. The jack-o'-lantern above her pulsed more slowly, its light dimming gradually, as if it knew exactly when she was ready to drift off. She felt the loving presence of the garden spirits surrounding her, their watchful care a gentle promise that she was safe in this enchanted place. As Alice hovered on the edge of sleep, she noticed the autumn leaves falling more thickly now, but instead of settling on the ground, they drifted gently over her, forming a blanket of gold, red, and amber. Each leaf seemed to carry a wish for peaceful dreams, their touch light and comforting, like a mother's hand smoothing a child's hair. The sensation was so soothing that Alice surrendered completely, her body relaxing into the embrace of the garden's magic. Her final thoughts were of gratitude for the autumn moon garden, with its glowing jack-o'-lanterns and gentle spirits, for the hatter's quiet companionship transformed by the serenity of this place, and for the great jack-o'-lantern whose wisdom and warmth had made her feel so safe and loved. The Halloween moon ceremony continued softly around her, a celebration of the harmony between the known and the unknown, the ordinary and the magical, the living and the eternal. In that perfect moment, surrounded by the loving glow of countless jack-o'-lanterns and watched over by the benevolent spirits of the garden, Alice slipped into the deepest, most restorative sleep she had ever known, her dreams alight with gentle radiance, and the promise that peace and magic could coexist in the soft shadows of an October night. The moon continued its slow ascent across the star-filled sky, its silver light blessing the sleeping garden and its dreamers with a quiet promise. When morning came, it would bring with it new wonders, new reasons to marvel at the gentle magic that lingered in the quiet spaces between the everyday world and the realm of beautiful dreams, where the autumn moon garden would forever hold a place in Alice's heart. The Zen panda and the rain's timeless song, in the heart of an ancient mountain range, where emerald mist clung to weathered stone cliffs, and time moved as slowly as growing bamboo, there lived a panda named Suki. Her fur was the softest white of early morning clouds, drifting across distant peaks, marked with patches of black as deep and rich as the space between stars on a moonless night. She lived in perfect solitude, not from loneliness but from choice, finding in the mountain's embrace a peace that the busy valleys below could never offer. Each evening, as twilight painted the sky in graduating shades of lavender, rose, and pearl, Suki would make her careful way through a hidden gate woven from living bamboo to tend her secret garden, a place where ancient cherry trees grew in perfect circles around a small pond that reflected the heavens like a mirror made of liquid silver. This garden had been her sanctuary for countless seasons, a place where she had learned to listen to the deeper rhythms of the earth and sky. Tonight, The full moon hung low and luminous in the velvet darkness, casting everything in its gentle blue-white radiance. The air itself seemed to shimmer with lunar energy, transforming even the most ordinary elements of the garden into something magical. Suki padded softly along the curved stone path, her large paws making no sound on the smooth river pebbles that had been worn perfectly round by countless seasons of mountain rain and gentle footsteps. The pathway wound between tall stands of bamboo that whispered ancient secrets to each other in the evening breeze. Their leaves created a soft percussion, like gentle rain on silk, accompanying the distant sound of a mountain stream that fed the garden's pond. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the delicate fragrance of night-blooming jasmine that opened its star-shaped flowers only under moonlight, and the clean scent of moss growing on the ancient stone lanterns that marked each turn of the path. As she rounded the final curve and approached the garden's heart, Suki paused, her dark eyes widening in quiet wonder. The cherry trees, though it was deep autumn and their blooming season had passed months ago, were heavy with flowers. But these were not ordinary blossoms. Each petal seemed to hold its own inner light, glowing with the soft, ethereal radiance of captured starlight. The trees themselves appeared to be breathing light, their branches swaying gently in the still air as if moved by invisible currents of luminescence. As she stood transfixed by this impossible beauty, the petals began to fall. One by one, then in gentle cascades, they drifted downward like tiny shooting stars, each one tracing a perfect arc through the moonlit air. Some spiraled as they fell, catching the light and throwing it back in prismatic sparkles. Others fell straight and true, like drops of liquid moonlight returning to earth. The sight was so beautiful, so utterly peaceful, that Suki felt her breath catch in her throat, not from surprise, but from recognition of something her soul had always known but had never before witnessed. She moved slowly toward the center of the garden, where the pond lay like a dark jewel surrounded by the glowing trees. With each step, more petals fell around her, some brushing against her fur with touches so gentle they felt like blessings. The ground beneath her paws was already carpeted with fading blossoms. Those that had fallen earlier were gradually returning from luminous white to ordinary pink and cream, then to brown, beginning their patient journey back to the earth that had nurtured their tree. Settling herself beside the pond's edge, Suki watched as her reflection joined the moon's on the water's mirror-still surface. The falling petals created expanding rings of light wherever they touched the water, each circle growing larger and softer until it disappeared entirely, becoming part of the pond's gentle rhythm. She observed how some petals floated briefly on the surface, glowing like small boats carrying precious cargo, before the water's gentle current drew them toward the small waterfall at the pond's far end. One particularly large petal, its edges traced with silver light, spiraled down directly toward her. She held out her paw, and it landed there with the softest possible touch, lighter than a whisper, warmer than moonlight. As it rested in her palm, Suki felt a profound sense of connection not just to the petal, but to the entire vast web of existence, of which this moment was just one tiny, perfect strand. In that instant, she remembered the words of her teacher, an ancient tortoise named Master Kame, who lived in a small wooden temple at the garden's eastern edge. His shell was worn smooth by centuries of weather, and his eyes held the deep patience of mountains. He had often spoken to her about Mono, now aware the poignant awareness of the impermanence of all things, and how this very transience was what made beauty so achingly precious. Little Panda, he had said just days before, his voice like wind through dry leaves. The cherry blossom teaches us the most important lesson of existence. It is most beautiful not because it lasts, but precisely because it does not. In its brief flowering and gentle falling, it shows us how to love without grasping, how to appreciate without possessing, how to find joy in letting go. Now, as she held the glowing petal and watched others continue their graceful descent all around her, Suki began to understand what Master Kame had meant. Each falling petal was a meditation on release, a small prayer of surrender. They did not cling to their branches, did not resist the natural cycle that called them earthward. Instead, they danced on the air currents, made beauty of their departure, transformed their ending into art. The petal in her paw began to fade, its luminescence dimming as it returned to ordinary matter. But rather than feeling sadness at this transformation, Suki felt a deep joy. She was witnessing not death but metamorphosis, the petal beginning its next journey, returning nutrients to the soil that would nurture new growth, becoming part of the endless cycle of renewal that kept the garden alive and vibrant through all seasons. Rising slowly, she began to walk the circular path around the pond. The luminous petals continued falling like gentle rain made of starlight, and with each step she felt herself becoming more present, more aware of the extraordinary gift being offered in this moment. The soft plash of a koi fish surfacing to catch a floating petal, the distant call of a night bird from the forest beyond the garden walls, the subtle shift in air pressure as a wisp of cloud passed briefly across the moon's face, dimming the light for just a heartbeat before releasing it to shine full and bright again. Each of these small events was perfect in itself, requiring nothing more than her quiet witness to be complete. She found herself walking more and more slowly, not wanting to miss even the smallest detail of this miraculous night. The way moonlight caught the dewdrops on spider webs stretched between bamboo stalks, the soft rustle of small creatures, field mice perhaps, or hedge spirits moving through the undergrowth beyond the garden's stone walls. The gradual shift in the falling petals' rhythm as the night breeze strengthened and gentled in irregular pulses. She paused beside her favorite cherry tree, an ancient giant whose trunk was so wide that she could not wrap her arms even halfway around it. This tree was the eldest in the garden, planted, according to Master Kame, by a monk so long ago that his name had been forgotten by all but the mountain itself. Its bark was deeply grooved with age, creating intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of all the seasons it had witnessed. Its lower branches curved and twisted into graceful arcs that nearly touched the ground, creating natural archways carpeted with moss and fallen leaves. From this venerable tree, the luminous petals fell most abundantly, creating a soft, glowing carpet around its massive base. As Suki approached, she could see that the light within each petal pulsed gently, like a slow heartbeat or the rhythm of deep, peaceful breathing. The effect was hypnotic and deeply calming, as if the tree itself was breathing light into the world. She placed her paw against the ancient trunk and immediately felt the slow, profound pulse of the tree's life force, a rhythm so much deeper and more measured than her own quick heartbeat, yet somehow perfectly in harmony with the larger rhythms of the earth and sky. Through her paw, she could sense the tree's vast root system spreading through the mountain soil, drawing nourishment from springs deep underground, connecting with the roots of its sister trees to share resources and information in ways that human minds could barely comprehend. In that moment of connection, she felt herself becoming part of the tree's memories, decades upon decades of seasons, cycling through bloom and bareness, winter sleep and spring awakening. Countless nights like this one, when the moon was full and the mountain was draped in silver, countless dawns breaking over the eastern peaks. The patient accumulation of rings of growth, year after year, each one a record of the weather and the tree's response to it. The slow wisdom that came from being rooted in one place while watching the entire world change around it. As she stood in communion with the ancient cherry tree, a particularly large petal, this one glowing with an especially intense inner light, spiraled down from the highest branches. She watched its leisurely descent, following its path as it turned and danced on the night air, catching moonbeams and throwing them back like a tiny prism. When it finally came to rest in her upturned palm, she gasped softly at its beauty. Holding it up to the moonlight, she could see the intricate network of veins running through its translucent surface, each tiny pathway perfectly designed to carry life-giving nutrients from stem to tip during the petal's brief existence on the branch. The delicate architecture was more beautiful than any human art, more complex than any piece of jewelry, yet it had been created not for admiration, but simply as part of the tree's natural function, beauty as a byproduct of being, rather than beauty as an end in itself. As she watched, the petal began its transformation from luminous white back to ordinary pink, its magical glow fading like the last light of sunset. But in this fading, she saw not diminishment, but completion. The petal had served its purpose magnificently. It had carried light into the world, had created a moment of wonder, had taught without words the lesson of graceful release. Now it was ready for its next role, returning to the earth, becoming part of the soil that would feed the tree through the coming winter and give it strength for next spring's growth. This realization filled Suki with such profound peace that she felt herself becoming lighter, as if she too might drift upward like the falling petals, weightless and free from the burden of attachment. But instead of floating away from the earth, she felt herself sinking deeper into the present moment, feeling her connection not only to the garden around her, but to all of existence, the mountains and valleys, the forests and streams, the vast sky filled with stars, the entire turning world of which she was such a small but essential part. The sensation was both humbling and exhilarating. She was nothing more than one small panda in an infinite universe, yet she was also inextricably woven into the fabric of that universe, as necessary and as precious as any falling petal, as any ancient tree, as any reflection of moonlight on still water. She made her way to a small stone bench that sat beside a miniature waterfall, where a mountain stream cascaded over smooth rocks polished by centuries of flowing water before joining the pond. The sound of the water was like nature's own lullaby, soft and rhythmic and infinitely soothing. It blended with the whisper of falling petals and the gentle rustle of bamboo leaves to create a symphony of impermanence, each note perfect and unrepeatable, each moment of music unique and irreplaceable. Here, surrounded by these gentle sounds and the continuing rain of luminous petals, Suki decided to sit in formal meditation, as Master Kame had taught her during their many evenings together in his small temple. She arranged herself on the bench in the traditional posture, spine straight but not rigid, paws resting lightly on her knees, eyes soft and unfocused, breath flowing naturally and without effort. As she settled into stillness, the falling petals continued their graceful dance around her. Some landed on her head and shoulders, adorning her like a crown of stars. Others settled on the bench beside her or on the moss-covered ground at her feet. Still others drifted past on the evening breeze, disappearing into the shadows beyond the lamplight, only to reappear moments later, glowing softly as they completed their earthward journey. Each petal was perfect in its imperfection, beautiful in its brevity, teaching her wordlessly about the nature of all existence. Like thoughts arising and passing away in the mind during meditation, the petals appeared, danced briefly in awareness, and then faded not into nothingness, but into something else, something equally valuable, but utterly different. Closing her eyes, Suki began to deepen her meditation. With each inhale, she drew in the cool, flower-scented air, feeling it fill her lungs and spread energy throughout her body. With each exhale, she released not only the breath but any need to control or possess this moment, allowing herself to be fully present while simultaneously letting the experience flow through her without attachment. This was the paradox Master Kame had often spoken of, how true appreciation came not from grasping but from opening one's hands and heart completely. When we try to hold water, he had said, it slips through our fingers, but when we cup our hands and allow it to rest there, it stays as long as it needs to, and when it flows away, it leaves us refreshed and grateful. As she sat in meditation, time seemed to dissolve completely. The usual markers by which she measured her days, the movement of shadows, the progress of the moon across the sky, the gradual shift from night toward dawn, all became irrelevant. What mattered was not duration but depth, not the counting of moments but the quality of presence she brought to each instant of experience. She felt herself becoming part of the garden's rhythm, her breathing naturally synchronizing with the whisper of wind through bamboo, her heartbeat echoing the gentle pulse of water flowing over stone. The boundary between herself and her surroundings grew softer and softer, until she was no longer a panda sitting in a garden, but simply a center of awareness within the vast, interconnected web of existence. In this state of deep meditation, she began to perceive the falling petals not just with her eyes, but with her entire being. Each one was a tiny burst of joy, a small celebration of beauty being offered freely to the world. She felt their gentle impacts as they landed on her fur, experienced their brief moments of glowing radiance as celebrations in which her own awareness participated. She was not separate from their beauty, she was part of it, a conscious witness through which the universe came to know its own loveliness. Hours might have passed, or perhaps only minutes in the garden of falling stars. Such distinctions had lost all meaning. What mattered was the gradual deepening of her understanding, the slow blossoming of wisdom that came not from thinking but from being, not from analyzing but from experiencing with complete openness and trust. When she finally opened her eyes, the first thing she noticed was that the luminous petals had formed perfect mandalas around her intricate patterns of light and shadow, presence and absence, that seemed to have appeared without any conscious design. It was as if the garden itself had acknowledged her meditation, marking this moment of deep realization with beauty that would exist only briefly before transforming into something else entirely. The petals in the nearest mandala were just beginning to fade from luminous white to ordinary pink, their brief time as carriers of magical light coming to its natural end. But even as their glow dimmed, they remained beautiful, perhaps more beautiful than before, because now their beauty was freed from the spectacular and returned to the everyday miracle of existence itself. She rose slowly from the bench, careful not to disturb the patterns of petals that had formed around her. As she moved, she brushed the petals from her fur with infinite gentleness, not wanting to hurry their natural journey groundward, but also not trying to keep them longer than they wished to stay. Each touch was a blessing, each release a small prayer of gratitude. Walking to the edge of the pond, she looked down at her reflection, now adorned with scattered petals that glowed like fallen stars against her black and white fur. The image was so beautiful that for a moment she hardly recognized herself. She looked like a creature from an old legend, a spirit of the mountain clothed in starlight and moonbeams. But even as she watched, the petals began to fade, their light dimming until they became ordinary blossoms, then brown fragments, then nothing at all, blown away by a gentle breeze that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. The lesson was wordless but completely clear. Everything passes, and in its passing lies its perfection. The petal's power had never come from permanence, but from presence, not from lasting, but from being fully experienced in the moment of their occurrence. As the night deepened and the moon began its slow journey toward the western mountains, Suki made one final circuit of the garden. The cherry trees were gradually returning to their autumn state, their branches becoming bare, except for the last few luminous petals that continued to fall like gentle rain made of light. Soon, even these would be gone, and the garden would return to its quiet winter, waiting beautiful in a different way, holding within its apparent emptiness the promise of spring's eventual return. She paused at each tree to offer a silent bow of gratitude, acknowledging the profound gift she had been given. The experience had changed her, not by adding something new to her understanding, but by revealing something that had always been there, the capacity to find profound beauty in transience, deep peace in letting go, infinite joy in the finite moment. She had always possessed this capacity, but tonight the garden had shown her how to use it, how to live from it, how to let it transform every moment of her existence. At the garden's bamboo gate she turned for one last look at the magical scene. The moon was lower now, its light growing softer and more golden as it approached the horizon. The last few luminous petals drifted earthward like sleepy stars returning to rest, and the pond reflected the changing sky in its mirror-still surface. Everything was exactly as it should be, perfect in its impermanence, beautiful in its brevity, complete in its incompleteness. As she stepped through the gate and began the gentle journey back to her den, Suki carried within her heart not just the memory of falling stars, but a fundamental shift in her way of being. She understood now that every moment was like those luminous petals, brief, unrepeatable, and absolutely precious. The secret was not to try to make moments last longer, but to meet each one with complete presence, complete openness, complete gratitude. The path back to her den wound through groves of sleeping bamboo and past small shrines where mountain spirits were said to rest during the darkest hours of night. But tonight, Suki felt that she herself had become a kind of shrine, a place where the sacred and the ordinary met and recognized each other as one and the same. Each step was a prayer, each breath a meditation, each moment a small celebration of existence itself. When she reached her den, a comfortable hollow in the roots of an enormous pine tree, lined with soft moss and dried grasses, she paused outside to look up at the star-filled sky. The same light that had illuminated the falling petals was there in each distant star, the same beauty, the same gentle reminder of the infinite creativity of existence. She felt connected to it all, not as an observer looking at the universe from outside, but as one of its expressions, one of the ways it came to know and appreciate itself. As she settled into her soft bed of dried grass and bamboo leaves, Suki, the giant panda, felt the extraordinary events of the evening settling into her very bones. It was a warmth from a perfect fire, a profound, deep-seated peace that surpassed mere physical comfort. The vision of the falling luminous petals had taught her the most essential lesson of all, that life's deepest joy comes not from holding on, but from letting go, not from demanding permanence, but from embracing presence, and not from having, but from being. This realization felt less like brand new knowledge acquired from a book or a teacher, and more like remembering something her soul had always known, but had somehow been obscured and forgotten in the business of daily existence, the constant seeking and striving that distracts from the simple wonder of the moment. Outside her den, The first subtle ethereal hints of dawn were beginning to touch the eastern peaks, painting them in the faintest, most delicate shades of rose and pale gold. This was the quiet, sacred hour, the liminal space between night and day. Somewhere in the vast, still distance, she could hear the morning temple bell beginning its gentle, rhythmic call, bong, bong, a signal to the monks for another day of quiet practice and contemplation. But these sounds seemed to come from very far away, as if from another world entirely, a world of effort and movement. Suki was already drifting willingly into that peaceful space between waking and sleeping, where the boundaries between dream and reality become as soft as moonlight on water, fluid and indistinguishable. Her last conscious thought, before the final layer of wakefulness dissolved, was a wave of gratitude so profound it seemed to encompass not just this magical night, but her entire existence. It was a thankfulness that spanned her life, gratitude for the ancient mountain that sheltered her, for the secret garden that had finally revealed its ephemeral mysteries to her, for Master Kame's patient teachings that nudged her toward awareness, and especially for the luminous petals that had danced their way into her heart and mind. But most of all, this feeling was pure gratitude for the simple miracle of awareness itself, the sheer, unburdened capacity to witness beauty, to recognize profound wisdom in a small event, and to be perpetually touched by wonder. In her dreams, the instruction continued. She walked again through the moonlit garden, but now she herself was made of the same gentle, pure light as the falling petals. She did not walk with effort. She drifted through the air like a blessing made visible, part of the eternal dance of appearing and disappearing, manifesting and dissolving, being and becoming. In this dream dance, the final barrier of separateness dissolved. She understood with absolute clarity that she had never been separate from the garden's beauty. She was intrinsically part of it, woven into its deepest cycles of growth and rest, blooming and fading, as natural and necessary as moonlight on still water. She dreamed of Master Kame, his ancient eyes twinkling with a gentle, knowing humor as he watched her finally grasp the lesson he had been trying to teach her all along. "Now you see," he said in the dream, his voice like the sound of wind through pine needles, carrying no judgment, only truth. The secret was never about the falling petals. The secret was about the one who watches them fall with an open heart. The petals were the subject, but the open heart was the true practice. In another part of the dream, she was swimming in a pond made of liquid starlight, surrounded by the now familiar luminous petals that sang as they touched the water. Each song was unique, a distinct vibration of existence, yet all were part of the same endless melody, the song of existence itself, celebrating its own infinite creativity and boundless love. She joined her voice to theirs, not with words or panda sounds, but with pure joy, pure gratitude, pure wonder at the mystery of being alive in such a beautiful, ephemeral universe. The dream images flowed and changed like water, like clouds, like the very thoughts that arise and pass away in meditation. The boundaries of self dissolved entirely. Sometimes she was the panda watching the petals fall. Sometimes she was the petal falling toward the earth. Sometimes she was the earth receiving the petal with infinite tenderness. Sometimes she was the space in which all of this was happening, the pure, empty awareness that made the experience possible. And always, woven through every image and sensation, was the profound peace that comes from truly understanding the beauty of letting go. Not letting go as loss or abandonment, but letting go as the most natural, necessary thing in the world, like breathing out after breathing in, like winter following autumn, like sleep following the day's gentle activities. The last thing she was aware of before sleep claimed her completely was the sound of a single petal falling not in the physical garden, nor even the dream garden, but somewhere in the realm of pure consciousness, where all falling is really flying, and all endings are beginnings waiting to be discovered. With this gentle sound echoing in her heart like a bell made of silence, Suki surrendered completely to sleep, cradled in the profound peace that comes from living in harmony with the way things are. And in the secret garden, though she was no longer there to witness it, the last luminous petal completed its journey from branch to earth, its brief, soft light fading as the moon finally set behind the ancient mountains, leaving only the memory of beauty and the eternal promise that in every ending a new beginning quietly waits to be born. A Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs sleepy Halloween fairy tale. The rain had come softly at first, like a secret whispered through the treetops. It was not the kind of rain that rushed or shouted, not the kind that rattled rooftops or swept in fierce waves. No, this rain was gentle, delicate as a sigh. It began as a faint murmur, a hush that brushed across the forest like a lullaby. Snow White listened to it from the open window of the dwarf's cottage, her head resting against her hand, her long dark hair loose upon her shoulders. She let the cool air drift against her cheeks, welcoming the scent of pine and rain-soaked leaves. Each droplet seemed to carry its own small song, some falling quick and light, others slow and heavy, tumbling like pearls through the grey autumn sky. Together they created a rhythm that seemed older than memory, 1,000 tiny lullabies stitched into one. The forest outside had shifted into a world of silver and shadow. The bright colors of fallen leaves glistened where they lay, scattered across the earth, each one edged in rain, shining in tones of amber, copper, and crimson. Their curled tips hinted at the season's change, the gentle turning of time. A thin veil of mist had gathered among the trees, winding itself gracefully around the branches, softening every outline as though painted in watercolors. The smell of damp earth and moss filled the air, rich and grounding, as if the forest itself had drawn a deep breath. Snow White did not mind the rain. She had never minded it, even as a child. Where others hurried for shelter, she lingered, watching the way raindrops slid down petals or gathered in the hollows of leaves. She thought of the rain as a companion, a kind, patient visitor who asked nothing but presence. Tonight, its voice was in harmony with her own breath, rising and falling in an unhurried pattern that seemed to whisper, "Slow down, be still, rest." The window frame was cool beneath her fingers as she leaned against it, her eyes travelling beyond the garden to where the forest pressed close. Water beaded on the pumpkins she had set out earlier that day, their round orange shapes glistening like lanterns beneath the drizzle. The path that wound from the door into the woods was darkened now, every stone polished by the sheen of rain, yet nothing about it seemed bleak. The forest, she thought, was never more beautiful than when it was wet and hushed, when every sound was softened, and every movement seemed wrapped in grace. Behind her, the cottage glowed warmly, its little windows lit with a steady golden firelight. The smell of supper still lingered in the air. A pot of pumpkin soup simmered lazily on the stove, filling the room with its comforting aroma of nutmeg, cinnamon, and sweetness. The dwarfs had eaten heartily, as they always did after a day's work in the hills, their laughter echoing around the wooden beams until weariness carried them off to bed. Now the cottage was quiet, save for the fire's low crackle and the steady chorus of snores rising from the loft above. They were not unpleasant sounds. To Snow White, they were as reassuring as the sound of the rain itself. Each snore seemed steady and strong, like the slow breathing of a mountain, grounding her, reminding her she was safe. She smiled faintly at the thought of each of her companions bundled snug beneath their quilts, their worries dissolved in dreams. Snow White cherished these hours after the house had grown still, when the weight of the day gave way to gentleness. The world outside seemed to pause. Every moment stretched longer, softer, more tender. The rain, the firelight, the warmth of the soup, the breath of her friends, all of it seemed woven together in a tapestry of calm. And tonight, the calm felt deeper, as though touched by something more. Tonight was special. Tonight was Halloween. The word carried no sharpness for her, no shadows, no fear. Instead, it was wrapped in memory and wonder, in lanterns glowing against the dark, in pumpkins shining with rain, in the sense that the world was holding its breath, waiting quietly for something unseen. Halloween, she thought, was a night when the ordinary softened into mystery, not frightening but full of gentle possibility. She lingered at the window a while longer, listening, breathing, watching. The rain tapped its patient rhythm against the roof, against the earth, against the leaves of the trees. It was steady, soothing, and unending, like the promise of sleep. Though the dwarfs had spoken of tricks and pranks in their younger days, Snow White felt Halloween as something gentler, a night when the veil between worlds seemed thinner, not frightening, not sharp, but wondrous and soft, like a curtain of mist parting to reveal hidden beauty. Where others might think of shadows, she thought of lantern light. Where others whispered of spooks, she imagined whispers of kindness drifting from beyond, joining the living for one quiet night of company. On this evening she had placed little carved pumpkins upon each windowsill of the cottage. Their faces were not fierce or grinning with mischief, but serene, shaped into expressions of peace. One had half-closed eyes, as though it were drifting into slumber. Another bore a gentle smile, as if amused by the patter of rain. Each pumpkin cradled a candle within, its flame glowing softly through the damp night. Even as the rain fell, the light remained steady, glowing through the carved features like embers of welcome. Beside each pumpkin, Snow White had set a lantern. Their frames were of brass and iron, their glass panes blurred slightly by moisture, but their flames burned calm and golden. They did not flare or sputter. Instead, they glowed as though they understood the stillness of the night, shining patiently despite the weather. The lanterns seemed to watch the raindrops fall, their light catching in the droplets, breaking into tiny halos that shimmered and danced upon the wet stone path leading into the forest. Each step of the path was marked by this faint golden shimmer, as if inviting the night itself to walk with her. Snow White pulled her cloak around her shoulders and stepped quietly outside. The door closed gently behind her, muffling the soft snores of her friends within. The rain met her at once with a cool kiss upon her cheeks and forehead, a touch that made her draw her cloak tighter but also deepened her smile. She carried a lantern of her own, one she had polished earlier in the day. Its frame was sturdy iron, its glass already fogging with warmth from the candle burning within. The handle felt cool and smooth in her hand, grounding her as she stepped slowly forward. Each step pressed softly into the softened earth, and little ripples formed where puddles gathered around her shoes. The stones of the path shone darkly, reflecting both the lanterns and the silvery sky above. The sound of her footsteps was gentle, swallowed quickly by the forest's hush. The air was rich with scent, thickened by the rain. She breathed in the earthy sweetness of moss, the resinous sharpness of rain-soaked pine, and beneath it all, the faint, lingering spice of pumpkin drifting from the chimney, where the last of the soup still simmered. It was a fragrance both grounding and comforting, wrapping her in familiarity even as she stepped into mystery. She did not walk with haste. Halloween, she felt, was not a night for rushing. It was a night for noticing, for savoring. Her eyes lingered on the details, a raindrop trembling delicately on the dark green needles of a fir tree before slipping free, the silver outline of a spider's web strung between branches, each strand jeweled with water, the faint glow of moss that seemed to shimmer at the roots of trees. The forest waited, hushed and patient, as though it too were listening for something just beyond the veil. And so Snow White walked on, unhurried, her lantern swaying gently at her side, carrying her deeper into the night's quiet wonder. The forest seemed alive with subtle magic, as though every branch, every droplet, and every stone had awakened to take part in the quietness of the night. Shadows stretched long and soft between the trees, but they were not the kind of shadows that pressed in with unease. Instead, they seemed to breathe in harmony with the rain, swelling and fading like tides, as if the entire forest was exhaling together. Though it was dark, it was not unfriendly. The darkness here was more like a blanket, draped tenderly across the world, tucking the earth in for its rest. The trees, tall and ancient, stood like guardians, their trunks glistening where rain traced silver lines down their bark. Their branches bent gently beneath the weight of water, their needles and leaves whispering softly as the breeze moved among them. It felt less like a storm and more like a lullaby. At the bases of the trees, mushrooms had gathered in little families, rising from the damp earth. Their caps caught the glow of Snow White's lantern and shone faintly, as though polished smooth by invisible hands. Some gave off their own pale light, glowing like tiny moons resting in the moss, so soft one might miss them without pausing to look closely. She smiled at the sight of them, for they seemed to her like the lanterns of woodland folk, hidden away yet willing to share their glow with a passer-by. Snow White lifted her lantern higher, and the circle of light spread gently through the mist. The air caught the flame in 1,000 fragments, scattering it among the raindrops. Instead of dimming the lantern, the rain seemed to deepen its beauty, every droplet catching a glimmer as though each one carried a piece of starlight. She watched them fall, entranced by the way they shimmered for just a breath before dissolving into the earth. From the corners of her vision, she thought she saw shapes beyond the trees, not solid, not threatening, but soft movements like figures gliding quietly through the shadows. They did not linger, only passing slowly, as if curious. Snow White felt no fear stir in her heart. On this night she knew, even the unseen held a gentleness about them. Halloween, she thought, was a night when the worlds touched not with sharpness, but with kindness, a reminder that mystery could be tender too. An owl called from a hidden branch overhead, its voice low and steady. The sound did not break the silence, it joined it. The call seemed woven into the rhythm of the rain, echoing gently in Snow White's chest until she felt her own breath move in time with it. She smiled softly, warmed by the sense of belonging, as though the forest had recognized her as part of its quiet song. The path curved onward, carrying her steps to a small glade where the ground lay thick with fallen leaves. They formed a soft carpet of russet and gold, their edges curling with the season's chill. In the center of the glade stood a circle of stones, smooth and ancient, their surfaces dark and slick with rain. Snow White paused at the edge, her lantern casting a soft glow across them, their wet sides gleaming like mirrors. The stones reminded her of tales the dwarfs had whispered by the fire. They had spoken of nights when folk of the forest, both seen and unseen, gathered in such circles to share warmth, light and song. Tonight, with the rain falling gently around her and the air filled with the hush of the unseen, she wondered if the forest itself might be preparing for its own quiet gathering, one she had been gently invited to witness. Snow White placed her lantern carefully upon one of the stones, the iron handle clicking softly against the smooth, wet surface. Its flame burned steadily, though the rain traced down the glass in shining trails. The light flickered and spread across the stone, reflecting in little ripples upon the slick surface as though the rock itself were glowing from within. She gazed into the mist beyond the circle. At first, she thought she imagined it that perhaps her lantern had multiplied its glow in her tired eyes, yet the faint shimmer did not fade, it grew. Slowly, She noticed other lanterns appearing, one by one, their lights small and delicate against the shadowed trees. They were not harsh or sudden, they emerged as gently as dawn, as if the forest itself were lighting tiny candles in honor of the night. Snow White leaned forward slightly, her breath caught in her chest, not with fear but with quiet awe. The lights approached at an unhurried pace, weaving gracefully between the trees. Some bobbed higher, some lower, as if carried by unseen hands or drifting upon a silent breeze. The closer they came, the more she could see their golden glow, soft and calm, never wavering. Soon the lanterns reached the clearing. They floated into the circle of stones and began to gather around her own flame, as if greeting it. Snow White's heart swelled at the sight. Each lantern hovered gently, like a star that had descended from the sky, finding its place upon the earth. The glow deepened, mingling with the light of her own lantern until the clearing was bathed in warmth. The rain seemed to hush in response, falling more softly now, its sound subdued as though it too wished to listen. Snow White whispered, her voice hushed with wonder, "How beautiful you are." The lanterns seemed to answer. Their glow pulsed faintly, each one brightening for a heartbeat before softening again, as though they were breathing with her. Then, with the rhythm of a slow dance, they drifted together, weaving in patterns, first a spiral, then a circle, flowing gracefully through the mist as if performing for her alone. Snow White drew her cloak close and sat upon one of the ancient stones. Around her the forest had become a cathedral of rain and light, the trees arching overhead like pillars, the lanterns moving as if in prayer. The silence was no longer empty but alive, filled with the patter of water, the slow pulse of lanterns, and the hum of unseen life, wrapping her in peace. As the lanterns drifted and swayed in their gentle dance, Snow White thought she saw something more within them. Their golden glow seemed to shimmer in such a way that shapes appeared, soft, fleeting impressions that faded almost as soon as she noticed them. A pair of kind eyes, deep and full of warmth, lingered in the glow of one lantern. In another she glimpsed the faint curve of smiling lips, as if an unseen friend were quietly amused by her wonder. Some lanterns seemed to hold whole faces, peaceful and serene, as though the forest itself had chosen to take form for a brief moment just to be near her. She could not say if they were memories, reflections of her own thoughts, or spirits of the forest come to share their presence. Yet it did not matter. Whether born of imagination or mystery, they carried no weight of fear. They were gentle, as steady and soft as the rain. Perhaps, she thought, they were simply the forest's way of reminding her that nothing truly vanished, that kindness lingered, glowing on, like a lantern in the mist. The lights drifted closer, curious and unhurried. A few hovered near her, their glow so near that it brushed warmth against her cheeks and fingertips. The sensation was tender, as though being greeted by an old friend's touch. Snow White closed her eyes for a moment, surrendering to the feeling. It was like being surrounded by a quiet choir, each lantern humming a lullaby in tones too soft for words. Together, their presence wrapped around her like a quilt of light, carrying her deeper into calm. When she opened her eyes again, she noticed the lanterns had shifted. They no longer floated in a circle around the stones, but had arranged themselves in a long, slow curve, their glow steady and deliberate. The curve stretched outward into the mist, becoming a path of light that reached deeper into the forest. Each lantern was a beacon, small and steady, and together they looked like stars fallen to earth, laid gently upon the ground to guide her steps. Snow White felt her heart grow still, steady and sure, as though she had been invited into a dream she could walk within. Rising slowly from the stone, she gathered her cloak around her shoulders. Her lantern swayed gently in her hand, though she hardly needed its light now. With quiet steps, she began to follow the glowing path, unhurried, her breath matching the rhythm of the rain, her spirit carrying the same calm as the lanterns themselves. The lanterns led her onward, their golden glow winding through the trees until the forest seemed to open of its own accord. Before Snow White stretched a hollow, quiet and hidden, cradled by roots and moss, as though the earth itself had shaped it with care. Rainwater had gathered in the dip of the land, forming a shallow pool that shimmered like glass. It reflected the glow of the hovering lanterns above, so that for a moment it seemed the sky itself had descended, resting softly upon the forest floor. Snow White paused at the edge, her breath catching in quiet awe. The pool was alive with light, every ripple, every trembling thread of rain that touched its surface sent stars shivering across the water. It was as though she gazed into another world, a mirror realm where earth and sky had mingled together, bound by magic. Around the hollow, mushrooms glowed with their own faint luminescence. Their rounded caps glistened in the rain, shining like tiny lanterns that answered the floating lights above. Some were pale ivory, some tinged with the softest green or blue, all of them casting a gentle radiance that made the air itself seem enchanted. Snow White thought they looked like a gathering of quiet companions, watching in silence, their glow an unspoken welcome. Above the pool, fireflies drifted slowly, unhurried in their dance. Their golden flickers rose and fell in a rhythm as soft as breathing, mingling with the reflection of the floating lanterns, so that it was impossible to tell where Earth's creatures ended and magic began. The air was damp but sweet, carrying the scent of moss and rain, and every breath filled her with a quiet joy she could not name. The rain seemed softer here, its patter delicate and hushed, as if the forest itself had chosen to speak more gently in this place. Each droplet landed like a note of silver, spreading ripples across the pool that shimmered and faded in endless rhythm. It reminded Snow White of a lullaby, the kind the dwarfs sometimes hummed by the fire when they thought she was already asleep. Standing there, lantern in hand, she felt a calm unlike any she had known. It was deeper than rest, deeper even than sleep, a peace that touched her heart and filled her bones with warmth. This was no place of shadows, no realm of fear. It was something else entirely, the very heart of Halloween's magic, revealed not in fright, but in stillness, in remembrance, in wonder, Here, the night was not about haunting, but about holding close what had been lost, about light meeting darkness with kindness. Snow White felt as though she was standing in a memory that belonged to the forest itself, a sacred space where the living and the unseen might pause together in harmony. And in that moment, with the rain falling softly and the lanterns glowing like stars, she felt utterly at home. Snow White lowered herself gently onto a mossy stone at the edge of the hollow. The surface was damp and cool beneath her, yet the cloak around her shoulders held the chill at bay. She set her lantern beside her, and at once the others drifted closer, as though responding to her presence. Their glow gathered protectively, encircling her in a gentle ring of light. It was not the brilliance of day, nor the sharp flame of fire, but a tender, steady warmth that seemed to hum with comfort. The forest around her had gone utterly still, save for the rain's quiet song. Each drop tapped against leaf and stone, a soft percussion that blended with the misty hush of the air. Snow White felt her eyelids growing heavy, lulled by the rhythm. It was as though the entire forest had slowed its breathing, inviting her to do the same. She inhaled deeply, and the sense of wet moss, rain-darkened bark, and the faint sweetness of glowing mushrooms filled her lungs. Her thoughts drifted, tender and unhurried, to the little cottage she now called home. She pictured the dwarfs, all bundled in their quilts, their snores rising and falling in the same gentle rhythm as the rain. She imagined the carved pumpkins on the windowsills, their serene faces glowing kindly through the storm, casting their watchful light across the threshold. The image filled her heart with a sense of belonging, of safety, as if the warmth of that home had stretched all the way here to the hollow. And then her mind turned back to the forest itself. Tonight it had welcomed her in ways she had never expected: lanterns that appeared out of mist, mushrooms that glowed like stars, a pool that held the sky within its surface. She felt honored, as though she had been invited to a secret gathering, a celebration known only to the woods and its hidden folk. Not once had she felt fear. Instead, there was a deep assurance, as if the forest were reminding her that she was not alone, even in its darkest hours. Her breath slowed, falling into perfect harmony with the rain. Each exhale softened her, easing her deeper into calm. Her lantern, warm in her hand, flickered once as if acknowledging her drowsiness, then steadied its glow. She thought, in her half-dreaming state, that perhaps it wished to stand guard while she rested. Snow White leaned back against the mossy stone, the cloak drawn close around her like a gentle embrace. The lanterns hovered patiently, their golden halos casting ripples across the pool. She let her eyes fall half shut, watching as the water mirrored their light. The lanterns seemed like constellations, stars that had descended from the heavens to keep vigil beside her. The last thing she saw before sleep claimed her was that shimmering reflection stars cradled in water, light circling her like a promise. She drifted into dreams under their watch, safe in the forest's embrace, the magic of Halloween wrapping her in its quiet glow. When Snow White woke, the world was hushed with the tender stillness of dawn. The air held the coolness of night, yet carried with it the first promise of morning. The rain had softened to nothing more than a mist, delicate as breath, clinging to the edges of leaves and stones. Every branch glistened with droplets, catching the pale light that spread softly through the trees. It was as though the forest had been wrapped in silver lace. She sat up slowly, her cloak damp with dew, and for a moment she simply lingered in the hollow, listening. The pool before her was calm, its glassy surface unbroken, reflecting the faint brightness of the waking sky. The lanterns that had circled her the night before were gone. Not a single trace of their golden glow remained, yet their memory lingered within her like warmth in her chest, like the last note of a lullaby still trembling in the air. Snow White drew in a breath, deep and steady, and felt a quiet gratitude. The forest had given her something she could not name, something beyond sight or sound. Though the lanterns had vanished, their gentleness remained inside her, as though they had left a piece of their light for her to carry. Rising from the mossy stone, she brushed the droplets from her cloak. Her body felt refreshed, as if she had slept not only through the night, but through every weariness of the year. She took her lantern in hand, its glass sides gleaming faintly with dew. Though its flame was gone, it seemed somehow brighter in the pale morning, reflecting the soft wash of light that filtered through the mist. She walked slowly back along the forest path. Each step pressed into damp earth that released the fragrance of moss and pine. The trees, their branches heavy with rain, seemed to bow gently as she passed, and the mist curled lazily around her feet, drifting like a companion. She thought again of the lanterns that had guided her the night before, their patient light leading her through shadows. Though the forest was different now, clearer, quieter, touched by morning, it still seemed to remember. When at last she reached the cottage, its roof glistened with raindrops, and smoke rose faintly from the chimney, where embers still glowed from the night's fire. The carved pumpkins smiled from the window-sills, their candlelight extinguished, but their faces still kind. Snow White lifted her lantern and placed it beside them. Its glass caught the new day's brightness, scattering it in tiny reflections across the sill. She thought it looked content there, as if it had returned home after a long journey. The dwarfs were still asleep, their gentle snores drifting from behind closed doors, warm and steady as ever. Snow White moved quietly through the cottage, her steps soft upon the wooden floor. She set aside her damp cloak and slipped beneath her quilt, the fabric cool at first, then swiftly warming around her. Her body sank into the comfort of her bed, as though it had been waiting just for her. She closed her eyes, letting herself drift once more towards sleep. The images of the night returned to her easily, the forest shimmering with rain, the lanterns hovering like stars, the pool that had held the sky. She thought of the pumpkins glowing kindly in the storm, of the dwarfs wrapped safe in their quilts, of the forest's gentle magic that seemed to cradle all who entered. And in that hazy place between waking and dreaming, Snow White knew with a certainty as soft as breath that Halloween, in its quiet way, would always be a night of peace. the magical bookshop that only opens during the blue hour, a peaceful Zen sleep story. As the sun began its gentle descent behind the rolling hills, painting the world in shades of amber and rose, a young fox named Kitsune paused at the edge of a cobblestone path she had never seen before. Her russet fur caught the fading light, and her dark eyes, bright with the intelligence that had carried her through countless adventures across mountain and valley, reflected the first hints of evening's approach. Kitsune was known throughout the countryside for her quick wit and boundless curiosity. She had outsmarted hungry wolves, solved riddles for ancient spirits, and helped lost travelers find their way home. But tonight, as the air grew soft and cool around her, she felt the gentle weight of all those adventures settling into her small frame. Her paws were dusty from long miles of walking, and her heart carried the quiet satisfaction of good deeds done, but also a deep longing for stillness. The cobblestone path before her seemed to shimmer in the approaching twilight, each stone worn smooth by countless footsteps and glazed with the first kiss of evening dew. Ancient oak trees lined either side, their leaves beginning to whisper secrets to the breeze, not the sharp, urgent rustle of day, but the soft, contemplative murmur that came only at this magical hour when day surrendered to night. As Kitsune followed the winding path, the scent of something wonderful reached her sensitive nose, the deep, comforting aroma of old paper and leather bindings, mixed with the subtle fragrance of chamomile tea and beeswax candles. It was a scent that spoke of wisdom gathered and stories treasured, of quiet corners where thoughts could unfold like flower petals in morning dew. The path curved gently to the right, and there, nestled between two enormous willow trees whose branches created a natural archway, stood the most enchanting bookshop Kitsune had ever seen. The building seemed to have grown from the earth itself, its walls made of weathered stone that glowed warm and golden in the dying light. Ivy cascaded down from window boxes filled with night-blooming jasmine, and the heavy wooden door stood slightly ajar, as if inviting weary travelers to step inside. Above the door, a hand-painted sign swayed gently in the evening breeze, the twilight tome where stories come to rest. But it was not just the charming appearance of the shop that drew Kitsune forward. It was the way the very air around it seemed to hum with peaceful energy, as if this place existed specifically to offer sanctuary to those who had journeyed far and carried much. Kitsune approached the door slowly, her paws making barely a whisper against the smooth stones of the threshold. As she nudged the door open with her nose, a small brass bell gave the softest chime, not the bright, cheerful ding of day, but a low, melodious note that seemed to resonate in her chest and slow her heartbeat to a more restful rhythm. The interior of the twilight tome exceeded even Kitsune's vivid imagination. The space was larger than seemed possible from the outside, with towering shelves that reached toward a vaulted ceiling, painted the deep blue-purple of the approaching night sky. Books of every size and age lined the walls, some bound in rich leather that had grown soft with handling, others wrapped in silk covers that caught the light like captured moonbeams. but it was the light itself that made Kitsune catch her breath in wonder. Instead of harsh electric bulbs or flickering torches, the bookshop was illuminated by hundreds of softly glowing orbs that floated gently through the air like captured fireflies. Each orb cast a warm, golden circle of light that was perfectly suited for reading, but never so bright as to disturb the shop's essential tranquility. The blue hour was beginning in earnest now, and through the large windows that lined the shop's walls, Kitsune could see the world outside transforming. The sky deepened from pale gold to lavender, then to the rich, velvety blue that gave this magical time its name. It was neither fully day nor completely night, but something altogether more mystical, a time when the ordinary world seemed to pause and allow space for wonder. An elderly woman emerged from behind a counter crafted from a single massive tree stump, its surface polished to a warm shine and covered with a soft cloth, the color of deep forest moss. She had silver hair that caught the floating lights like spun moonbeams, and eyes that twinkled with the kind of wisdom that came from reading thousands of stories and understanding the human heart. "Welcome, dear one," she said, her voice as soft and comforting as the rustle of turning pages. "I am Sage, keeper of this sanctuary of stories. You look as though you've traveled far and carry much." Kitsune settled onto her haunches, feeling suddenly shy. "I am Kitsune," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I have been wandering for many moons, helping where I could, learning what I might. But tonight—" she paused, searching for the right words. "Tonight I find myself longing for stillness, for peace." Sage nodded with understanding that seemed to reach deep into Kitsune's weary soul. "The blue hour calls to those who have given much of themselves to the world," she said gently. "It offers a time of rest, of gathering one's scattered thoughts like flowers into a bouquet. Would you like to explore? The shop has many quiet corners, and each book here has been chosen for its ability to soothe rather than excite." With a grateful dip of her head, Kitsune began to wander through the magical space. Her paws sank slightly into rugs so soft they felt like walking on clouds, some woven in patterns of deep midnight blue scattered with silver stars, others in the warm browns and golds of autumn leaves. The shop seemed to shift and adjust itself around her, passages opening to reveal new alcoves, stairs appearing when she felt drawn to explore the upper levels. In one corner, she discovered a reading nook that seemed designed specifically for creatures of her size. A low table made from polished driftwood held a steaming cup of tea that smelled of chamomile and honey, while cushions covered in fabric that felt like the softest moss invited her to curl up and rest. Above, a small window looked out onto a garden where night-blooming flowers were just beginning to open their petals to the darkening sky. But Kitsune was not quite ready to settle. Something deeper called to her, a need not just for rest, but for the kind of profound peace that came from understanding one's place in the great tapestry of existence. She padded deeper into the shop, following a path that seemed to glow faintly beneath her paws. She she found herself in a circular room she was certain hadn't existed moments before, its walls lined with books that seemed to pulse gently with inner light. In the center of the room sat a fountain made of what appeared to be crystallized moonlight, its waters flowing without sound, but somehow filling the air with the sense of gentle movement. The ceiling above was transparent, revealing the night sky where the first stars were beginning to appear like scattered diamonds on dark velvet. It was here, in this most magical of spaces, that Kitsune finally understood what she had been seeking. Not just rest for her tired body, but healing for a spirit that had given so much of itself in service to others that it had almost forgotten how to simply be. She approached one of the glowing books, and as if sensing her need, it fell gently into her paws. The cover was soft as silk and warm to the touch, inscribed with characters that seemed to shift and dance in the ethereal light. When she opened it, she found not words but images that flowed like water across the pages, scenes of foxes like herself, wise and clever, but also shown in moments of quiet contemplation. One image showed a fox sitting beneath a cherry tree in full bloom, simply watching the petals fall like snow. Another depicted a fox curled by a stream, listening to the water's gentle song. A third showed a fox gazing up at the star-filled sky with an expression of pure wonder and gratitude. As Kitsune turned each page, she felt something tight in her chest begin to loosen. These images spoke to a part of her she had almost forgotten, the part that found joy not in solving problems or helping others, but simply in existing as part of the beautiful, interconnected web of life. The fountain's soundless waters caught her attention, and she approached its edge. The surface was so still it might have been polished silver, but as she gazed into its depths, she saw not her own reflection, but something far more profound. She saw herself as she truly was, not just the clever trickster of legend, not just the helpful wanderer, but a being of infinite worth simply because she existed. The realization washed over her like warm honey, sweet and golden and healing. She had spent so long defining herself by what she could do for others that she had forgotten the deeper truth. She was precious simply for being herself, no achievements or good deeds required. Kitsune set the magical book carefully on the fountain's edge and settled onto the soft carpet beside the crystalline waters. Through the transparent ceiling, the blue hour was reaching its peak, that magical time when the sky held equal parts day and night, creating a sense of perfect balance and infinite possibility. She closed her eyes and let herself simply breathe. The air in the circular room was perfectly still, carrying only the faintest scents of lavender and sandalwood. Her heartbeat slowed to match some ancient rhythm that seemed to pulse through the very foundations of the bookshop, as if the building itself was breathing with her, holding her in its gentle embrace. Time seemed to pause entirely. Minutes might have passed, or hours in this magical place. Such distinctions felt meaningless. What mattered was the deep sense of restoration that was flowing through her like cool water through parched earth. Every adventure she had ever undertaken, every kindness she had ever shown, every moment of loneliness or uncertainty she had ever experienced, all of it was being transformed into something beautiful and whole. When she finally opened her eyes, the sky above had deepened to true night, scattered with stars that seemed unusually bright and close. But the transition from blue hour to full darkness had been so gradual, so gentle, that she felt as though she had been cradled through it by loving hands. Sage appeared at her side as if summoned by her thoughts, carrying a tray that held not just one but 2 cups of the fragrant tea. She settled gracefully beside the fountain, her movements fluid and peaceful. The blue hour has special gifts for those who know how to receive them, Sage said softly, offering Kitsune one of the cups. The ceramic was warm and smooth, painted with tiny stars that seemed to twinkle in the room's gentle light. Kitsune accepted the tea gratefully, wrapping her paws around the cup and breathing in the soothing aroma. I feel different, she said wonderingly, as if I've remembered something important that I had forgotten. The value of simply being, Sage nodded. It's the lesson the blue hour offers most generously. In the rushing of day, we forget that our worth isn't measured by our doing, but by our being. The twilight reminds us that there is profound beauty in stillness, in presence, in allowing ourselves to exist without purpose or goal, simply because existence itself is a miracle. They sat in comfortable silence, sipping their tea and watching the stars grow brighter through the crystal ceiling. The fountain beside them seemed to pulse gently with inner light, its waters reflecting the starshine in patterns that shifted like living constellations. I have been so focused on helping others, Kitsune mused, her voice soft with newfound understanding, that I forgot to offer the same kindness to myself. I forgot that rest is not selfishness but necessity, that peace is not laziness but wisdom. Sage smiled, her eyes twinkling with gentle approval. And now that you've remembered, this gift will travel with you. No matter where your path leads, no matter what adventures call to you, you'll carry within yourself this sanctuary of peace. The blue hour doesn't exist only in places like this shop, it lives within all who have learned to honor their own sacred stillness. As if in response to her words, the circular room began to change around them. The walls became transparent, revealing not the interior of the bookshop, but a vast garden that stretched as far as the eye could see. Ancient trees created gentle clearings where moonlight pooled like silver water, and paths of smooth stones meandered between beds of night-blooming flowers that filled the air with their sweet perfume. "Would you like to walk?" Sage asked, rising gracefully to her feet. "The garden has much to show you." Kitsune set down her empty cup and stretched, feeling more rested than she had in moons, despite having done nothing but sit and breathe. Her muscles felt loose and warm, her mind clear and peaceful. She followed Sage through what had been a wall but was now an archway covered in flowering vines. The garden was impossibly vast, filled with every kind of peaceful beauty Kitsune could imagine. They walked past a grove of bamboo that whispered ancient songs in the night breeze, beside a stream so clear she could see smooth pebbles on its bottom, glinting like jewels in the starlight. Fish swam lazily in the deeper pools, their silver scales catching the moon's reflection and scattering it into dancing points of light. Every soul who finds their way to the twilight tome during the blue hour leaves something of themselves here, Sage explained, as they walked slowly along the winding paths. And in return, they take something of this peace with them. The garden grows more beautiful with each visitor, each person's essence of tranquility adding to the whole. They paused beside a grove of cherry trees, their branches heavy with blossoms that seemed to glow with inner light. As a gentle breeze stirred the air, petals drifted down like snow, each one landing without sound on the soft grass beneath their feet. Kitsune stood perfectly still, watching the falling petals with an expression of pure wonder. In their gentle descent, she saw a perfect metaphor for the lesson she had learned tonight, that there was profound beauty in letting go, in allowing oneself to simply be without struggling or striving. "I understand now," she whispered, her voice filled with quiet awe. "Peace is not something to be achieved or earned, it's something to be received, like these petals falling from the sky." Sage nodded approvingly. "And like the petals, peace is always available to us, constantly falling around us like gentle rain. We need only open our hearts to receive it." They continued their slow walk through the enchanted garden, past beds of night-blooming jasmine whose fragrance seemed to carry whispered lullabies, beside small waterfalls that created the most soothing music Kitsune had ever heard. The air was a symphony of soft scents, the earthy aroma of damp soil mingled with the sweet perfume of unseen blossoms, a heady, calming mixture that worked its magic on her restless spirit. With each step she felt more of her scattered, restless energy transforming into a deep, abiding calm. It was as if the garden itself was gently gathering up the frayed ends of her soul and weaving them back into a single, strong thread. The pebbles beneath her paws felt cool and smooth, each one a small point of grounding in the immense, beautiful space. Eventually, they came to a hilltop clearing where an ancient oak tree spread its massive, gnarled branches over a carpet of the softest, greenest moss. Pillows and cushions in shades of deep blue and silver were arranged beneath the tree's protective canopy, creating the most inviting resting place imaginable. The air here was cooler, fresher, tinged with the ancient wisdom of the tree. A sense of timelessness settled over the clearing, a quiet hum that spoke of centuries of life and stillness. "This is where many of our visitors choose to spend their final hours with us," Sage said gently, her voice a low, melodic murmur. "The tree is very old and very wise. It has watched over countless souls as they found their peace." Sage's words weren't sad, but rather filled with a quiet reverence, a deep understanding of the cycle of life and rest. Kitsune approached the great oak with a profound sense of reverence, placing a paw against its deeply grooved bark. Immediately, she felt a sensation of profound rootedness, as if the tree's deep connection to the earth, its anchor in time and space, was flowing into her own spirit. The trunk was warm despite the cool night air, and she could almost feel the slow, steady heartbeat of the ancient tree pulsing against her paw, a gentle, rhythmic thrum that mirrored her own calming breath. It was a communication that transcended words, a shared understanding of life and endurance. "May I?" she asked softly, and though no voice answered, she felt a warm, undeniable sense of welcome emanating from the oak, a silent invitation to rest. She curled up among the cushions at the tree's base, her russet fur blending beautifully with the autumnal colors of the fabric. Above her, the oak's leaves rustled with the gentlest whisper, a natural lullaby that seemed to synchronize with her breathing, slowing it, deepening it. The cushions cradled her, a soft nest of comfort and security. Sage settled nearby, her back against the tree trunk, her eyes closed in peaceful meditation. The garden stretched out below them, a tapestry of gentle sounds and soft light, while above, the star-filled sky seemed so close she could almost reach out and trace the constellations with a fingertip. The world felt perfectly balanced, the earth below and the cosmos above, and Kitsune was at the exact center of it all. "Tell me," Kitsune said drowsily, her voice growing soft with approaching sleep, "will I remember this place when I wake?" She was afraid the peace would vanish with the coming dawn, that this perfect moment would become nothing more than a fleeting dream. "You will remember the peace," Sage replied, her voice as gentle as the night breeze rustling through the leaves. "That is the true gift of the blue hour, not the memory of a place, but the feeling of coming home to yourself. The details of the garden may fade, the scents and sounds may soften, but the feeling of tranquility, that sense of deep belonging, will become a part of who you are. Wherever you go, whatever adventures call to you, you'll carry this sanctuary within your heart." Kitsune felt her eyelids growing heavy, but instead of fighting the approaching sleep, she welcomed it with profound gratitude. For the first time in countless moons, she was not falling asleep from exhaustion, but from true peace, the deep, restorative rest that came from knowing she was exactly where and who she was meant to be. It was a rest earned not through a long journey, but through a deep surrender to the present moment. The last thing she saw before sleep claimed her was the gentle pulsing of fireflies among the oak's branches, their soft light creating patterns that seemed to tell stories of their own, silent tales of light and life. The last thing she heard was the tree's ancient whisper, a low, comforting hum carrying words of blessing and protection that would guard her dreams through the night. The garden's magic was not loud or demanding, but subtle and profound, seeping into her very being. As Kitsune slept beneath the starlit sky, wrapped in the embrace of the ancient oak and surrounded by the beauty of the eternal garden, her spirit underwent the deepest healing she had ever known. All the scattered pieces of herself, the clever trickster who loved a good puzzle, the helpful wanderer who sought to aid others, the tired traveler who had been searching for so long, the seeker of peace who had finally found it, came together into a perfect, harmonious whole. There was no longer a need to be one thing or another. She could be all of it, a complete and beautiful mosaic. She dreamed of running through meadows filled with wildflowers, not because she was fleeing or pursuing, but simply for the pure, unadulterated joy of movement. She dreamed of sitting by countless streams, watching the water flow and understanding in her bones the profound truth that she, like the water, was part of something infinitely vast and beautiful. She was a river, a journey, a continuation, and a part of the greater whole. When dawn's first light began to touch the edges of the sky, painting the world in soft pastels of rose and gold, Kitsune stirred gently in her nest of cushions. But she woke not with the jarring alertness of one who has slept fitfully, but with the peaceful awareness of someone who has been perfectly restored, body, mind, and spirit. The garden around her was beginning to fade like mist touched by sunlight, but instead of feeling a sense of loss, Kitsune felt only gratitude. She understood now that the magic had never been in the place itself, but in her willingness to receive its gifts. The twilight tome, the circular room, the enchanted garden, all of these had been mirrors, reflecting back to her the peace that had always existed within her own heart. The external world had simply shown her what was already there, waiting to be found. Sage was gone, but in her place was a small gift wrapped in silk, the color of the night sky. When Kitsune opened it with careful pause, she found a tiny crystal pendant that caught the morning light and scattered it into rainbow patterns. Attached was a note written in flowing script. Dear Kitsune, may you carry the blue hour's peace with you always. Remember, you are not just the good you do, but the light you are. The sanctuary travels with you now. S. As the garden completed its gentle fade into memory, Kitsune found herself back on the cobblestone path where her evening journey had begun. But she was not the same fox who had arrived here tired and seeking. She carried within herself now an unshakable knowing that peace was her birthright, that rest was sacred, and that sometimes the greatest adventure was simply allowing oneself to be perfectly, completely still. With the crystal pendant warming against her chest, and the first songbirds beginning their morning chorus, Kitsune set off down the path with a light heart and peaceful spirit. Whatever adventures awaited her, whatever souls she might help along the way, she would approach them from a place of inner fullness rather than restless seeking. For she had learned the greatest lesson of all, that true wisdom lay not in constantly doing, but in simply being perfectly, peacefully, completely herself. And somewhere, in the space between sleeping and waking, between one breath and the next, the blue hour continued to exist, ready to welcome any weary traveler who needed to remember the profound beauty of simply being alive. Join them on a peaceful Halloween night journey filled with wonder, sweetness, and the comfort of finding your way home together. From the Halloween Sleep Stories collection, Hansel and Gretel's The Pumpkin Portal, a Halloween sleep story. The autumn evening settled like a soft blanket over the village, carrying with it the gentle whisper of October wind through golden leaves. Halloween night had arrived with all its quiet magic, and the air itself seemed to shimmer with possibility. In their cozy cottage at the edge of the whispering woods, Hansel and Gretel sat by the warm glow of the fireplace, watching shadows dance across the walls like friendly spirits. Gretel, now a young woman with hair the color of autumn wheat, carefully arranged small pumpkins along the windowsill. Each one had been carved with delicate care, their faces glowing softly with the light of beeswax candles nestled safely inside. Hansel, tall and gentle-eyed, added dried corn husks and sprigs of rosemary to complete their Halloween display. The cottage smelled of cinnamon and wood smoke, creating an atmosphere of perfect contentment. "Do you remember," Gretel said softly, her voice carrying the warmth of shared memories, "how we used to wonder what lay beyond the deep woods on Halloween night? We would sit right here, just like this, and imagine all sorts of magical things happening in the darkness." Hansel smiled, settling into the chair beside her. "I remember you always said that Halloween was when the ordinary world grew thin, and wonderful things could slip through from somewhere else entirely." He gazed out the window toward the forest, where moonlight filtered through branches heavy with autumn's last offerings. "Perhaps tonight is perfect for discovering if you were right." As if summoned by their conversation, a peculiar light began to flicker between the trees, not the harsh glare of a lantern, but something altogether more mysterious. It pulsed gently, like a heartbeat made of golden flame, growing brighter and dimmer in a rhythm that seemed almost musical. The siblings exchanged glances, each seeing the same quiet excitement reflected in the other's eyes. "Shall we?" Gretel asked, already reaching for her woolen cloak. Without hesitation, Hansel gathered his own coat and a small basket, the same wicker one they had carried as children on their adventures. Some habits, born of love and caution, never truly fade. Together they stepped out into the Halloween night, their breath visible in small puffs of silver vapor. The forest welcomed them like an old friend. Familiar paths that they had walked countless times seemed to glow faintly in the moonlight, as if the very earth remembered their footsteps. Overhead, bare branches created intricate patterns against the star-filled sky, and somewhere in the distance an owl called softly to its mate. The mysterious light drew them deeper along winding trails carpeted with leaves that rustled pleasantly underfoot. Each step seemed to take them further from the ordinary world they knew, though neither felt any fear. Instead, there was only a growing sense of anticipation, as if they were approaching something they had been meant to find all along. The light grew stronger as they rounded a bend, and there, in a small clearing they had never seen before despite years of exploring these woods, sat the most magnificent jack-o'-lantern either of them had ever imagined. It was enormous, easily 3 feet tall and perfectly round, with a surface that seemed to shift and shimmer like liquid gold in the moonlight. The carved face was unlike any they had seen before, gentle eyes that seemed almost alive with kindness, and a smile that welcomed them with wordless warmth. "How beautiful," Gretel whispered, approaching slowly. The pumpkin's glow intensified slightly at her nearness, as if responding to her presence. "Look at how the light seems to move inside it, almost like it's breathing." Hansel knelt beside the extraordinary gourd, studying its surface with wonder. The carving was exquisite, far too intricate to have been made by any ordinary knife. Delicate vines and leaves wound around the features, and tiny stars seemed to twinkle within the carved patterns. But most remarkable of all was the sensation that emanated from within, a gentle warmth that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with welcome. "It's not just light inside," he observed softly. "Look closer, Gretel. Do you see what I see?" Peering into the jack-o'-lantern's glowing interior, Gretel gasped with delight. Instead of the expected hollow space and candle, there was something that defied explanation, a swirling, luminous vista that seemed to extend far beyond the pumpkin's physical boundaries. Colors shifted and danced like aurora borealis, and through the gentle chaos of light she could make out what appeared to be landscapes of impossible beauty. "It's like looking into another world," she breathed, "or perhaps many worlds." As they watched, transfixed, the swirling lights began to stabilize, revealing a clear view of rolling hills covered in what appeared to be gently swaying grass of the most delicious-looking green. But as their eyes adjusted to the miraculous sight, they realized it wasn't grass at all, it was mint. Acres and acres of chocolate mint growing in perfect rows under a sky the color of butterscotch. "Is that?" Hansel began. "A land made of candy," Gretel finished, her voice filled with wonder rather than disbelief. In this moment, on this Halloween night, anything seemed not only possible but perfectly natural. The jack-o'-lantern's smile seemed to widen slightly, and the opening that had been just large enough to peer through began to expand. The transformation was so gradual and gentle that neither sibling felt alarmed. Instead, they experienced the same sensation as watching a flower bloom in the warmth of spring sunshine. "I think," Gretel said carefully, "it's inviting us in." The opening had grown large enough for a person to step through comfortably, and beyond its threshold lay a path of what appeared to be polished river stones, though each one gleamed with the translucent beauty of hard candy in jewel tones. The butterscotch sky stretched endlessly overhead, painted with wispy clouds that looked suspiciously like spun sugar. Hand in hand, the siblings stepped through the portal. The transition was like stepping from a cool evening into the perfect warmth of late spring, with a sensation so gentle it was barely noticeable. Behind them, the jack-o'-lantern remained open, a comforting reminder that their way home waited whenever they were ready to return. The mint fields stretched out before them, more beautiful than any earthly meadow. Each leaf caught the golden light and released the most wonderful, gentle fragrance, not overpowering, but subtle and refreshing. The chocolate element revealed itself as delicate veining through each mint leaf, creating patterns of rich brown that complemented the vibrant green perfectly. "The air tastes sweet," Hansel observed with delight, taking a deep breath. Not cloyingly so, but just enough to make each breath feel like a small gift. They walked slowly along the candy stone path, taking time to admire every detail of this extraordinary realm. Butterflies with wings like stained glass windows fluttered among the mint, and in the distance they could see what appeared to be a grove of trees, bearing fruit in impossible colors, deep purples, electric blues, and soft corals that seemed to glow from within. The path curved gently toward the grove, and as they walked, small details continued to enchant them. Flowers that looked exactly like gumdrops grew in clusters along the pathway, their surfaces catching the light like tiny prisms. A brook ran parallel to their route, its water crystal clear and making the most musical sound as it flowed over what appeared to be a bed of smooth peppermint stones. "Everything here is so perfectly balanced," Gretel observed. "Sweet, but not too sweet, magical, but somehow peaceful." The gumdrop grove welcomed them with arched branches that formed natural doorways between the trees. Each tree was unique. Some bore fruit that looked like enormous gummy bears in rainbow colors. Others were heavy with what appeared to be candy apples that gleamed like rubies in the gentle light. But most remarkable were the trees whose fruit changed slowly as they watched, cycling through different candy forms with dreamy, hypnotic rhythm. Beneath the trees, the ground was carpeted with what looked like moss but felt like the softest marshmallow beneath their feet. Here and there, small clearings opened up, each containing its own wonder, a fountain that bubbled with what appeared to be liquid chocolate, a ring of mushrooms that looked exactly like perfectly crafted lollipops, a small pond whose surface reflected not their faces, but their happiest memories. They settled beside the memory pond, sitting comfortably on a fallen log that had the texture of soft nougat, but provided perfect support. In the water's surface, images swirled and shifted, moments from their childhood, quiet evenings by their cottage fire, morning walks through their familiar forest, all the small joys that had filled their lives with contentment. How lovely that even in a magical place like this, it's our ordinary happiness that the magic chooses to show us, Gretel said softly. Hansel nodded, watching as the pond showed them last Christmas morning, when they had sat together watching snow fall through their window. Perhaps the most profound magic lies in recognizing the wonder that already exists in our daily lives. As they sat in comfortable contemplation, a gentle path of light appeared in the water, leading away from the grove toward what looked like rolling hills in the distance. Without any sense of urgency, they rose and followed this new route, walking unhurriedly through landscapes that shifted and evolved around them with dreamlike fluidity. They passed through the caramel canyons, where warm, golden cliffs rose on either side of their path, smooth as silk and glowing with inner light. The air here was warm and carried the scent of vanilla and brown sugar, while small caves in the canyon walls revealed interiors lined with what looked like crystallized honey. From the canyons, their path led to the Jelly Bean Junction, where thousands of paths made of different colored jelly beans branched in every direction. But rather than feeling lost or overwhelmed, they found that their feet seemed to know exactly which path to follow, one that spiraled gently upward through rainbow-colored hills toward a destination they could sense but not yet see. The chocolate chip meadows spread out before them next, vast fields where every blade of grass was a delicate tendril of white chocolate, dotted with morsels of the finest dark chocolate that caught the butterscotch sunlight like tiny jewels. Here they encountered the first inhabitants of this candy realm, small friendly creatures that looked like rabbits made of marzipan, their eyes kind and intelligent. The marzipan rabbits hopped alongside them for a while, communicating not with words but with a sense of gentle companionship. One particularly small one, with ears the color of strawberry cream, seemed to be trying to show them something. It would hop ahead, look back to ensure they were following, then continue to a specific spot where it would sit and wait patiently. Following their guide, they discovered the entrance to what could only be described as the licorice labyrinth. Tall walls of black licorice, glossy and perfectly smooth, formed intricate pathways that curved and branched in patterns too complex to follow with the eye. The entrance was marked by an archway of twisted red and black licorice ropes, and beyond it the paths glowed softly with their own gentle light. The strawberry cream rabbit hopped to the entrance and looked back at them with what seemed remarkably like concern in its candy eyes. It chittered softly, a sound like distant wind chimes, and gestured with one small paw toward the labyrinth's depths. "I think our friend is trying to warn us about something," Gretel said thoughtfully, "though I can't imagine what could be dangerous in such a peaceful place." As they approached the labyrinth, they noticed that the air around it felt different, not threatening, but somehow more compelling. The sweet scent of licorice was stronger here, more concentrated, and there was something about it that made them want to continue forward, even as a small voice in the back of their minds suggested caution. "The scent is lovely," Hansel admitted, "but perhaps almost too lovely. Do you notice how it seems to make everything else fade into the background?" Gretel nodded slowly. Indeed, as they stood at the labyrinth's entrance, the beautiful landscapes they had just traversed seemed somehow less vivid, less important than exploring these twisting corridors of glossy black walls. Even the butterscotch sky seemed dimmer in comparison to the enticing glow that emanated from within the maze. The marzipan rabbit hopped nervously from foot to foot, clearly wanting them to understand something important. Finally, it ran to a nearby patch of what looked like licorice flowers and began to eat them with obvious enthusiasm. But after just a few bites, its movements became sluggish, its eyes glazed, and it seemed to forget entirely why it had been trying to communicate with them. Instead, it simply sat among the flowers, contentedly munching and paying no attention to anything else. "Oh," Gretel said with sudden understanding, "it's not dangerous, it's enchanting, but perhaps too enchanting. I think this labyrinth might be designed to make visitors want to stay forever, content to do nothing but enjoy the sweetness." Hansel studied the maze with new eyes, noticing details he had missed before. The walls weren't just beautiful, they were perfect in a way that made him want to reach out and touch them, to taste them, to lose himself in their gleaming surfaces. The very air seemed designed to make rational thought more difficult, to replace careful consideration with simple, overwhelming desire. "A place of lovely imprisonment," he murmured. "But we have a choice, don't we? We could turn back now and continue exploring the other realms we saw from the pumpkin portal." They stood together at the threshold, feeling the labyrinth's subtle pull, while simultaneously recognizing their freedom to choose. It was, they realized, Rather like many situations in ordinary life, the presence of something compelling that offered immediate pleasure while potentially preventing them from experiencing the fuller richness of their complete journey. But perhaps, Gretel suggested gently, we could explore it together, keeping each other mindful of why we came and where we wish to return. If we remember that this is just one stop on our adventure, and if we help each other maintain that perspective, we might discover its wonders without losing ourselves to its enchantment. The marzipan rabbit, still dreamily munching licorice flowers, provided a useful reminder of what could happen to solitary travelers who ventured into the maze without a companion to help them remember their larger purpose. But Hansel and Gretel had always been stronger together than apart, each one's clarity supporting the other when confusion arose. Hand in hand they entered the licorice labyrinth. Immediately, the intensity of the sweet fragrance increased, and the glossy walls seemed to reflect not just their images, but their deepest desires for comfort and contentment. In the shining surfaces, they could see themselves sitting peacefully in a garden of licorice trees with no responsibilities, no concerns, nothing to do but enjoy endless sweetness. Beautiful, Hansel murmured, then caught himself and squeezed Gretel's hand. But remember, we came here to explore and discover, not to stop and settle. Yes, Gretel agreed, though she too had to pull her attention away from the hypnotic reflections. And remember how good it felt to help that little rabbit understand what was happening. There may be others here who could benefit from our company. They walked slowly through the labyrinth's winding passages, each turn revealing new wonders. Some walls were studded with licorice gems that caught the light like stars. Others were carved with intricate patterns that seemed to move and shift when viewed directly. Occasionally, they passed alcoves containing fountains of liquid licorice that bubbled pleasantly, or small gardens where licorice plants grew in impossible formations, spirals and knots and geometric patterns that would have been at home in the most sophisticated mathematical art. The deeper they went, the more dreamlike everything became. Time seemed to stretch and compress unpredictably. Sometimes they felt as though they had been walking for hours, and other times it seemed they had just entered. The paths multiplied and branched in ways that defied logic, yet somehow their joined hands and shared purpose kept them oriented. "Do you notice," Gretel said thoughtfully, "how the labyrinth keeps trying to separate our paths? Each branch seems designed to appeal to one of us more than the other." Indeed, Hansel had observed that some corridors seemed to glow more brightly for him, calling to his particular interests and desires, while others clearly held greater appeal for Gretel. The maze appeared to be designed to gradually lead companions apart, each following their individual attraction until they found themselves alone and fully susceptible to the enchantment. But we don't have to follow those individual calls, Hansel realized. We can choose the paths that appeal to both of us, or take turns choosing while the other provides perspective. This discovery transformed their journey through the labyrinth from a potentially concerning adventure into a delightful game. When they encountered a branching path, they would pause and discuss what they observed. Sometimes they would choose the route that called to both of them equally. Other times, one would select a path, while the other served as gentle guardian, ready to remind their companion of their broader purpose if the enchantment grew too strong. In this way, they explored corridors of red licorice that tasted of strawberries and summer, passages lined with rainbow licorice that shifted through every flavor imaginable, and chambers where licorice sculptures told stories in their twisted forms. They discovered hidden gardens where licorice vines grew in living tapestries, and small theaters where shadow play performers acted out tales using light and licorice screens. At the heart of the labyrinth, they found something unexpected, not a treasure or a trap, but a simple, comfortable room furnished with chairs made of woven licorice rope and a table holding a tea service of the most delicate spun sugar. Sitting at the table was a figure they recognized from childhood stories, though she appeared quite different from the frightening character they remembered. The witch, for that's certainly who she was, looked more like a kindly grandmother than a figure of menace. Her hair was silver white like spun sugar, and her dress appeared to be woven from the finest licorice threads in shades of deep purple and midnight blue. Her eyes held the accumulated wisdom of centuries, and her smile was genuinely warm. "Welcome, dear children," she said in a voice like honey and herbs. "I've been hoping someone would find their way here without losing themselves entirely to my labyrinth's embrace." Hansel and Gretel exchanged glances, feeling no fear, only curiosity. "Your labyrinth?" Gretel asked politely. "Did you create all this?" The witch nodded, gesturing for them to sit. The licorice chairs proved remarkably comfortable, supporting them perfectly while remaining pleasantly flexible. "Long ago, when I was much younger and perhaps not quite so wise, I created this realm as a place where people could experience pure sweetness, unlimited pleasure, freedom from all the difficulties of ordinary life." She poured tea for them from a pot that appeared to be made of crystallized ginger, the liquid steaming and fragrant with spices that reminded them of autumn evenings and festive celebrations. But I discovered that I had created a trap as much as a gift. People would come here seeking temporary escape and find themselves unable to leave, not because they were imprisoned, but because they lost the desire to return to their real lives. The tea was extraordinary, warm and complex, tasting of cinnamon and cardamom, nutmeg and star anise, but underneath all the spices was something deeper, something that tasted remarkably like the comfort of home and the satisfaction of meaningful work accomplished. "Like the rabbit we saw at the entrance," Hansel observed, "perfectly content, but no longer truly alive in the fullest sense." "Exactly," the witch agreed sadly. "My creation had become a place where people could exist but not truly live. They would have every physical comfort but lose the experiences that give life its deepest meaning, growth, challenge, the joy of overcoming difficulties, the sweetness that comes from contrast with life's occasional bitterness." She stood and walked to a window made of clear sugar glass, gazing out over her realm. For decades, I've been trying to solve this problem. I realize that the enchantment works by isolating people, by making them forget their connections to others and their purposes beyond immediate pleasure. But you two, you've shown me something I hadn't considered. What's that? Gretel asked gently. That the antidote to isolating enchantment might be genuine companionship. You've walked through my entire labyrinth without losing yourselves because you kept each other grounded. You've experienced all its pleasures without being consumed by them because you remembered you had somewhere to return to and someone to share your experiences with. The witch turned back to them, her expression bright with hope. Would you be willing to help me transform this place, not to destroy it, but to make it truly beneficial? A place people could visit for renewal and joy, but from which they would naturally want to return to their real lives, carrying some of the sweetness back with them. Without hesitation, both siblings nodded. The request felt like a natural extension of their journey, an opportunity to use what they had learned for the benefit of others. Working together, they spent what felt like hours, or perhaps days, for time moved strangely in the candy realm, redesigning the labyrinth. The witch's magic was considerable, but it had been shaped by centuries of solitude. Hansel and Gretel brought to the task their understanding of companionship, their knowledge of what it meant to explore and return, to venture and come home. They created resting spots throughout the maze where the enchantment was gentler, places where visitors could sit and remember their reasons for eventually leaving. They established a rule that no one could enter the labyrinth alone. Companionship became a requirement, ensuring that every visitor would have someone to help them maintain perspective. Most importantly, they redesigned the center of the labyrinth. Instead of a place where people might choose to remain forever, it became a space for understanding and integration. Visitors would arrive at the heart of the maze not to stay, but to reflect on what they had experienced and how they could carry the best of it back into their ordinary lives. The tea service remained, but now it served a different purpose. The special tea which they learned was brewed from herbs of memory and intention, helped visitors integrate their journey through the sweet realm with their understanding of their real lives' richness and complexity. Perfect balance, the witch declared when their work was complete. Now this realm can offer what I originally intended: genuine sweetness, temporary escape, renewal and joy, without trapping people away from their true destinies. As a thank you gift, she presented them with a small pouch of the special tea blend. For your own moments when you need to remember the sweetness that exists alongside life's other experiences, she explained, and as a reminder of what you've accomplished here. But their most important gift was the knowledge of how they had transformed a place of potential imprisonment into one of genuine hospitality. They had learned that the difference between healthy pleasure and consuming addiction often lay not in the pleasure itself, but in whether it was experienced in isolation or in connection with others and with one's larger purpose. As they prepared to leave the labyrinth's heart, the witch made one final gesture. She touched the walls around them, and and suddenly every passage in the maze became visible from where they stood, a vast, beautiful pattern that made perfect sense when viewed from this central perspective. The labyrinth was never meant to confuse, she explained. It was meant to be explored with trust that every path ultimately leads to understanding. But that's only true if you don't lose sight of the whole journey, of which each individual path is just one part. They found their way out of the labyrinth easily now, the paths seeming to guide them naturally toward the exit. The marzipan rabbit was still there, still contentedly munching licorice flowers, but when it saw them, it seemed to remember its original purpose. It hopped over to them, nuzzled their hands in thanks, and then bounded away toward what appeared to be a small door in the base of a nearby licorice tree, presumably its way home to whatever realm marzipan rabbits called their own. Retracing their steps through the candy lands felt like reviewing a wonderful dream. Everything was exactly as they had left it, but somehow their perception had deepened. The chocolate chip meadows seemed not just beautiful but symbolically rich, representing how the sweetest moments in life were often those that arrived unexpectedly, scattered like gifts throughout the ordinary landscape of daily experience. The caramel canyons reminded them of how patience and the slow work of time could transform simple ingredients into something complex and wonderful. The Jelly Bean Junction represented the infinite possibilities available at every moment, while the Gumdrop Grove spoke to the way different approaches to life could coexist in perfect harmony. Even the mint fields at the realm's entrance had new meaning now, the refreshing clarity that came from stepping outside routine, from viewing familiar things from a new perspective, from allowing themselves to be surprised by beauty in unexpected places. The jack-o'-lantern waited for them exactly as they had left it, its welcoming smile unchanged. But before stepping through the portal back to their own world, they paused to look once more at the candy realm they were leaving. "We could stay," Gretel observed quietly. The witch's invitation to help her improve the realm was genuine. "We could spend our lives here, doing meaningful work in a place of constant beauty." "We could," Hansel agreed, "and perhaps someday we'll return for longer visits, but right now our home is calling us back. There are small adventures waiting in our own forest, quiet joys in our own cottage, and probably neighbors who could benefit from what we've learned about the value of companionship in navigating life's sweeter temptations." They stepped through the pumpkin portal together, emerging into the familiar October night of their own world. Behind them, the jack-o'-lantern's opening gradually diminished until it was once again just large enough to provide a glimpse of the wonders within, available for future visits, but not dominating their present moment. The walk home through their familiar forest felt like the perfect conclusion to their adventure. Every tree, every path, every stone seemed enriched by what they had experienced. The ordinary world hadn't become less magical. Instead, their capacity to perceive its existing magic had expanded. Back in their cottage, they prepared cups of the special tea the witch had given them, adding it to their regular evening blend. The result was extraordinary, all the comfort and familiarity of their usual tea, enhanced by subtle notes of adventure and expanded possibility. "Tomorrow," Gretel said as they sat by their fire, watching shadows dance on the walls, "we should visit the Hendersons down the lane, Mrs. Henderson has been so sad since her husband died, spending all her time alone with her memories. Perhaps she would enjoy hearing about our adventure, and maybe she'd like to share some tea with us. And young Thomas from the mill has been having trouble with those boys who keep pressuring him to skip work and spend all day at the tavern." Hansel added, "He might benefit from hearing about the value of good companionship when facing attractive temptations." They sat in comfortable silence, each thinking about how the lessons of their magical journey might enrich their ordinary lives and the lives of those around them. The adventure had been wonderful not because it offered escape from reality, but because it had given them new eyes with which to see the richness that already surrounded them. Outside their window, the jack-o'-lantern continued to glow softly among the trees, no longer mysterious and unknown, but familiar, now a friend waiting for their next visit, a reminder of wonders always available to those who chose to seek them, but never so compelling as to overshadow the wonders of home. As Halloween night deepened into the gentle hours of early morning, Hansel and Gretel prepared for bed with hearts full of gratitude. They had been reminded that the most profound magic often lay not in escaping from ordinary life, but in learning to perceive and enhance the extraordinary elements already woven throughout their daily experience. The adventure had taught them that sweetness was most delicious when balanced with the full range of life's flavors, that pleasure was most satisfying when shared with others, and that the greatest magic of all was the simple, profound gift of companionship, someone to explore with, someone to remember with, someone to come home with when the adventure was complete. In the morning, they would wake to find their cottage filled with the lingering fragrance of their magical tea, and outside their window, the jack-o'-lantern would rest peacefully among the autumn leaves, ready to offer new adventures when the time was right, but content to wait while they lived fully in the beautiful, ordinary magic of each new day. And so they drifted into sleep, two people who had ventured into a realm of unlimited sweetness and chosen to return home, carrying with them not just memories of magic, but a deeper appreciation for the sweetness that had always been available in their own world, the sweetness of home, of meaningful work, of caring for others, and of the profound comfort that came from facing life's adventures together. Descended dusk, her bare feet finding the worn wooden platform just as the last traces of sunset melted into deep purple sky. She had been walking in her garden, she remembered, admiring how the evening primroses had begun to unfurl their pale yellow petals for their nightly dance. The firefly had seemed ordinary enough at first, blinking its Morse code message among the hollyhocks. But when Alice noticed it was blinking in perfect rhythm with her heartbeat, curiosity had gotten the better of her, as it so often did. Now she stood on a platform that stretched gently into the twilight, its edges softened by climbing roses that bloomed in impossible shades of pearl and cream. Wrought iron benches painted the color of sea foam, invited rest beneath old-fashioned lamp posts that cast circles of butter-yellow light. The air smelled of jasmine and something else, something warm and welcoming, like fresh bread cooling on a windowsill. A sign swayed slightly in the evening breeze. Platform 7 3/4, the midnight express to somewhere soft, all aboard who need dreams. The letters seemed to shimmer slightly, as if painted with ground pearls mixed into midnight blue paint. Alice adjusted her cotton nightgown. Somehow she had changed from her day clothes without noticing, and approached the platform's edge. In the distance she could hear it, the gentle chuff, chuff, chuff of a train, moving not with the harsh urgency of daytime locomotion, but with the patient rhythm of a grandmother's rocking chair. A warm golden light appeared first, growing larger and softer as the train emerged from what might have been a tunnel, though Alice couldn't quite see where the tunnel ended and the starry sky began. The locomotive that approached was unlike any she had ever seen, crafted from what appeared to be polished amber and burnished copper, its surfaces catching and holding the lamplight like captured sunshine. Steam rose from its chimney in lazy spirals, but it wasn't the harsh white steam of ordinary trains. These were clouds of palest rose and lavender, drifting upward to join the real clouds in their slow dance across the darkening sky. The train's headlamp cast not a piercing beam, but a gentle wash of light that seemed to make everything it touched more beautiful rather than simply more visible. As the train drew closer, Alice could see that its cars were each painted in different soft hues, cream and sage, dusty rose and the palest blue, like a string of giant Easter eggs rolling through the night. Windows glowed warmly from within, and she caught glimpses of movement behind the glass, though she couldn't quite make out what or who moved there. The train came to a stop with the gentlest of sighs, as if it were settling down for a well-deserved rest. No harsh screech of brakes, no jolting halt, just a quiet settling, like a cat curling up in a sunny spot. The silence that followed was not empty, but full of anticipation, like the moment before a music box begins to play. A door opened in the car directly in front of Alice, revealing a set of steps that seemed to unfold themselves from the train like a flowering plant reaching toward sunlight. The conductor appeared in the doorway, and Alice smiled to see a face she recognized, though she couldn't immediately place from where. He was a tall, thin man with kind eyes behind wire-rimmed spectacles, dressed in a uniform of deepest midnight blue, adorned with silver buttons that caught the light like tiny stars. His conductor's cap sat at just the right angle, and when he smiled, Alice noticed that his teeth were slightly crooked in the most endearing way possible. Most remarkably, his hair seemed to shift color ever so slightly in the lamplight, now silver, now the palest gold, now the soft brown of autumn leaves. "Good evening, Miss Alice," he said, his voice carrying the warm cadence of someone who had spent many years announcing stations and destinations to sleepy travelers. "I do hope you haven't been waiting long. The express runs on its own schedule, you understand, not by clocks but by need." "I wasn't waiting at all," Alice replied honestly. "I was following a firefly, and suddenly here I was. But fireflies show you where things want to be." He consulted a pocket watch that ticked not with the regular tick-tock of ordinary timepieces, but with a rhythm like gentle rainfall on leaves. "Right on time, I'd say. Shall we?" Alice took the conductor's offered hand and stepped aboard. The moment her feet touched the train's floor, she felt something she hadn't realized she'd been missing, a sense of perfect safety, of being exactly where she belonged. It was the feeling of coming home to a place she'd never been but had somehow always known. The interior of the first car was even more magical than the outside had promised. The walls were paneled in wood that seemed to glow with its own inner light, perhaps cherry or maple, polished to a warm sheen that reflected the soft illumination from crystal sconces shaped like unfurling ferns. The ceiling was painted to look like a summer night sky, complete with slowly moving constellations that traced familiar patterns, the Big Dipper, Orion, and others Alice couldn't name but felt she should know. Plush seats, upholstered in fabric, the color of morning mist, lined both sides of the car, each one looking perfectly sized for whoever might choose to sit there. Some were high-backed and stately, others were low and cushioned like reading nooks. A few were shaped rather like enormous teacups, which made Alice smile. "This is the boarding car," the conductor explained as he checked his peculiar watch again. "Everyone starts here, though where they end up," he gestured vaguely toward the front of the train, with a smile that suggested pleasant mysteries ahead. "Well, that depends entirely on what sort of dream they're in need of." The train began to move with the same gentle grace with which it had arrived, and Alice felt the soft, rocking motion that would accompany their journey. Through the windows, she watched the station slip away into the soft darkness, though she noticed that the platform's lamps continued to glow like distant stars long after they should have disappeared from view. "How many cars are there?" Alice asked, settling into a seat that seemed to adjust itself perfectly to her height and preference for how the cushions supported her back. "Oh, that's rather hard to say," the conductor replied, polishing his spectacles with a handkerchief that appeared to be embroidered with tiny silver locomotives. "The express has exactly as many cars as it needs on any given night. Sometimes 3, sometimes 33, sometimes numbers that haven't been invented yet. Tonight," he peered toward the front of the train thoughtfully, "tonight, I believe we have quite a few. Shall I show you around?" Alice nodded eagerly, and they began their journey through the cars. The conductor moved with the easy gait of someone perfectly accustomed to the gentle swaying of trains, while Alice found herself delighting in the rhythm of their movement, not walking so much as dancing slowly forward through one wonder after another. The second car was painted in shades of pale green and cream, and as they entered, Alice gasped with delight. This was clearly the garden car, though unlike any garden she had ever seen. The entire car had been transformed into a greenhouse, its ceiling replaced with glass panels through which starlight streamed down onto the most beautiful collection of plants imaginable. Roses climbed up specially installed trellises, their blooms ranging from pure white to the softest pink, and they seemed to glow faintly in the starlight. Hanging baskets overflowed with trailing ivy and delicate ferns, while window boxes were filled with herbs that released their gentle fragrances into the air with each rock of the train: lavender, chamomile, lemon balm, and others Alice couldn't identify, but found deeply soothing. In the center of the car, tending to a particularly magnificent rose bush, was the gardener. Alice recognized her immediately, though she seemed somehow both exactly as expected and wonderfully surprising. She was not young but not old, either ageless in the way of people who spend their lives nurturing growing things. Her hair was silver white and braided with small flowers, and her clothes were the practical sort that gardeners wear: sturdy boots, canvas trousers, and a shirt the color of sage leaves, with a leather apron full of mysterious pockets. From his book with anyone who wanted to listen, though the words seemed to change slightly each time he read them, adapting themselves to each listener's needs. The couple at the corner table were planning a garden they would plant together, sketching ideas on napkins and dreaming aloud of arbors covered in morning glories and paths lined with lavender. The chef brought Alice a cup of tea that steamed with the scent of chamomile and something else, something that reminded her of safe places and kind voices. Evening ease, the chef explained. It's good for helping thoughts settle down for the night, like letting muddy water stand still until it becomes clear again. Alice sipped the tea slowly, feeling its warmth spread through her chest and down into her fingertips and toes. The constant low-level tension she hadn't even realized she'd been carrying began to ease away, leaving her feeling lighter and more present in the moment. "Where exactly are we going?" she asked the chef, who was now polishing a copper pot with the care of someone handling a precious artifact. "Oh, my dear," the chef replied with a smile, "the express doesn't really go to places, it goes to states. Tonight, I believe we're headed toward deep rest, with stops at gentle dreams and peaceful sleep along the way. The destination isn't really what matters on a journey like this one. It's the traveling itself that does the work." When Alice had finished her soup and bread and tea, she thanked the chef warmly and followed the conductor toward the next car. As they walked, she noticed that the train's rhythm had become even more soothing, if that were possible. The gentle rocking motion seemed perfectly calibrated to encourage drowsiness without causing discomfort. The next car was painted in shades of deep blue and silver, and as they entered, Alice found herself in what could only be called the library car. The walls were lined floor to ceiling with books, but these were not ordinary volumes. The leather bindings gleamed in soft hues of blue and green and gold, and the titles seemed to shift and change as Alice looked at them. The collected dreams of sleeping cats, lullabies of the seven seas, the poetry of rain on windows, bedtime stories for grown-up hearts. Comfortable reading chairs were scattered throughout the car, each with its own small table and soft lamp. Some passengers were already settled with books, their faces peaceful in the gentle light. Others browsed the shelves, running their fingers along the spines until they found volumes that seemed to call to them. The librarian sat at a desk near the center of the car, and Alice was delighted to recognize another familiar figure. She was perhaps 40, with dark hair streaked with premature silver and eyes that seemed to hold all the wisdom of all the books she had ever read. Her clothes were simple but elegant, a cardigan the color of twilight over a dress, the shade of deep water, with a brooch shaped like an open book pinned to her collar. "Welcome to the evening reading room," the librarian said, her voice carrying the particular quiet that belongs to libraries everywhere. "Are you looking for anything in particular tonight, Alice?" Alice approached the desk, noticing that it was covered with books that appeared to be waiting for specific readers, as if the librarian somehow knew who would want what before they knew it themselves. "I'm not sure," Alice admitted. "I feel like I'm looking for something, but I don't know what island." The librarian smiled knowingly. "Those are often the best kinds of searches. May I suggest something?" She reached beneath her desk and brought out a book bound in soft grey leather, its title embossed in silver, "The Collected Conversations of Night Trains." Alice took the book and found that it fell open naturally to a page somewhere in the middle. The text was written in a flowing hand, as if someone had been taking notes about overheard conversations. And then the conductor said that destinations aren't places you arrive at, but states you allow yourself to enter. The passenger in seat 7 thought about this for 17 miles, watching the sleeping countryside roll past, until she understood that she had been trying to get to happy all her life, when what she really needed was to learn how to be content with the journey toward happiness. Alice read several more entries, each one a small gem of overheard wisdom from other night travelers. Some made her smile, others made her think, and all of them seemed perfectly chosen for this moment on this train in this gentle darkness. Not the sky above, but deeper, more restful shades of blue and purple. Other passengers moved quietly through the library car, some settling with books, others simply browsing. Alice noticed that several people seemed to be writing in journals or notebooks, perhaps recording their own train conversations for some future traveler to discover. A man in a paint-splattered smock was sketching sleeping passengers, his pencil capturing not just their physical forms but somehow the quality of their rest. A woman with silver bells sewn onto the hem of her skirt was reading aloud very softly to a small group, her voice barely audible but somehow perfectly clear to those who needed to hear her story. Alice found herself drifting between reading and observing, the book in her lap open, but her attention divided between the words on the page and the gentle scene around her. The train's rhythm had become even more soothing, if such a thing were possible, and she felt her eyelids growing heavy. "There's no need to fight sleep here," the librarian said softly, appearing beside Alice's chair with a small blanket woven in shades of blue and silver. "The books will wait for you, and sometimes the best reading happens in dreams anyway." Alice accepted the blanket gratefully, tucking it around her legs as she continued to read. The collected conversations seemed perfectly designed for drowsy reading, each entry complete in itself, requiring no sustained attention, offering gentle wisdom that sank into her mind like honey into warm milk. After a time that might have been minutes or might have been hours, time seemed to move differently on the express. The conductor returned. "The music car is beginning its evening concert." he announced quietly to those who might be interested. Tonight's program features the Sleepy Symphony Orchestra. Alice marked her place in the book and followed several other passengers toward the next car. The transition was accomplished through a short corridor lined with windows that looked out onto what appeared to be a garden of night-blooming flowers, their pale petals glowing softly in the starlight. The music car was perhaps the most beautiful of all, its walls painted in deep purples and blues that seemed to shift and flow like the northern lights. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, but instead of electric lights, they held what appeared to be captured stars, casting a gentle, moving radiance throughout the space. Comfortable seats were arranged in a semicircle around a small stage, and on that stage, the most remarkable orchestra Alice had ever seen was tuning their instruments. The musicians appeared to be a mixture of people and not quite people. Some were clearly human, dressed in formal concert attire, but others seemed to be made of shadow and starlight, their forms shifting gently as they prepared to play. The conductor of the orchestra, not the train's conductor, but a different sort entirely, was a tall, ethereal figure whose hair seemed to be woven from moonbeams and whose baton appeared to be carved from crystallized music itself. When they raised it to begin the performance, a hush fell over the audience that was deeper than mere silence. It was the kind of quiet that comes just before the most beautiful sounds in the world. The music that began then was unlike anything Alice had ever heard. It was as if the orchestra had learned to play the sounds of peace itself, the gentle lapping of water against a safe shore, the whisper of wind through sleeping trees, the soft breathing of a contented cat curled in sunshine. But these natural sounds had been transformed into music, given melody and harmony and rhythm that spoke directly to that part of the soul that longed for rest. Alice settled into her seat and let the music wash over her. The first piece seemed to be a lullaby for grown-ups, with cellos and clarinets weaving together a melody that felt like being rocked to sleep by someone who loved you entirely. The second was more ethereal, as if the string section had learned to play the colors of sunset, each note a different shade of pink or gold or purple painted across the darkness behind Alice's closed eyelids. Around her, other passengers were responding to the music in their own ways. Some sat with eyes closed and faces peaceful. Some swayed gently in their seats, and some seemed to be dreaming with their eyes open, watching visions that only they could see. A few had brought small crafts, knitting, sketching, embroidery, and their hands moved in rhythm with the music, creating beauty in harmony with the sounds that seemed to be singing not words but emotions, contentment, safety, the deep satisfaction that comes from a day well lived and a night that promises rest. Alice found herself thinking of all the people she loved, holding each face gently in her mind as the music continued. The melody seemed to wrap around these memories like a warm shawl, making each one glow more brightly, while somehow also letting them settle peacefully into the background of her thoughts. As the concert continued, Alice noticed that she was becoming increasingly drowsy. but it was the most pleasant drowsiness imaginable, not the heavy fatigue of exhaustion, but the gentle sleepiness that comes when the body and mind are perfectly at ease. Her eyelids grew heavy, but she didn't fight the sensation. Instead, she let herself drift between waking and sleeping, the music creating a bridge between the two states that felt completely natural and safe. The final piece was played so softly that Alice wasn't entirely sure when it ended and silence began. The orchestra seemed to fade away gradually, their forms becoming more translucent until they were indistinguishable from the play of starlight on the walls. The audience remained seated for a long moment, reluctant to break the spell with applause or movement. When Alice finally opened her eyes fully, she found that many of her fellow passengers had drifted off to sleep right there in their seats, and somehow this seemed perfectly appropriate. The music car had become a communal bedroom, filled with the soft sounds of peaceful breathing and the occasional murmur of someone lost in pleasant dreams. The conductor appeared at Alice's side like a gentle shadow. The sleeping car is prepared for those who wish to continue their journey lying down, he whispered, his voice barely audible. But many prefer to remain here. The music car keeps playing throughout the night. The instruments remember the melodies and hum them softly until dawn. Alice could indeed hear it now that she was listening for it, a barely perceptible musical whisper that seemed to rise from the walls themselves, like the memory of the most beautiful sound in the world. She chose to follow the conductor toward the sleeping car, walking carefully among the slumbering passengers. Each face looked peaceful and young, regardless of age, as if the music had washed away not just the day's tensions but years of accumulated worry. The sleeping car was painted in the softest shades of lavender and cream, and instead of regular train seats, it contained the most comfortable-looking beds Alice had ever seen. They were not quite single beds and not quite double, each seemed perfectly sized for whoever would sleep in it, with pillows that looked like clouds and blankets that appeared to be woven from moonlight and starshine. Several beds were already occupied by passengers who had found their way here earlier in the journey. They slept deeply and peacefully, some curled on their sides like cats, others stretched out with arms flung wide in the complete relaxation that comes only with perfect trust in one's safety. "This one is yours," the conductor said, indicating a bed near a window. The sheets were turned down invitingly, and on the nightstand beside it sat a small lamp that cast just enough light to be comforting without being disturbing, along with a glass of water that seemed to capture and hold starlight in its depths. Alice approached her bed and found that someone, perhaps the same thoughtful hands that had prepared all the express's comforts, had left her a nightgown folded neatly on the pillow. It was made of fabric so soft it seemed to be woven from whispered lullabies, in a shade of pale blue that reminded her of the sky just before dawn. She changed into the nightgown in a small alcove that had been provided for privacy, marveling at how perfectly it fit and how the fabric seemed to carry a faint scent of lavender and vanilla. When she returned to her bed, she found that the covers had been turned back further, and a small note had been placed on the pillow. "Sleep well, Alice. The express will carry you safely through the night, and you will wake refreshed and renewed, carrying with you the peace of this journey. Sweet dreams are the destination, everything else is just the beautiful route we take to reach them. Alice smiled as she read the note, then folded it carefully and placed it on the nightstand. She slipped between the sheets, which were somehow exactly the right temperature and exactly the right weight, neither too warm nor too cool, neither too heavy nor too light. Through her window, the dreamy landscape continued to flow past hills covered in sleeping flowers, streams that reflected liquid starlight, forests where she could almost see small lights moving among the trees like earthbound fireflies. The conductor appeared one last time, his form barely visible in the gentle darkness. "Is there anything else you need for your journey, Miss Alice?" he whispered. "I don't think so," Alice replied softly, surprised by how drowsy her own voice sounded. "It's been the most wonderful trip. Will I remember it when I wake up?" The conductor smiled, his teeth catching the faint starlight from her bedside lamp. "Memory is a curious thing on the night express," he said gently. "You may not remember every detail. The mind has its own wisdom about what should be kept and what should be allowed to fade. But the feeling of this journey, the peace you've found here, the kindness you've experienced, those will stay with you. They'll become part of who you are, woven so deeply into your being that you'll carry them always, even when you can't quite remember where they came from." Alice nodded, understanding somehow that this was exactly right. She was already beginning to feel drowsy again. The train's gentle motion and the soft sounds of other passengers sleeping peacefully, combining with her own deep relaxation to pull her towards sleep. "Will the express come again?" she asked, her eyes already closing. "Oh yes," the conductor replied, his voice becoming fainter as Alice drifted closer to dreams. "The night express runs whenever it's needed. Just follow the fireflies and listen for the sound of rails singing lullabies in the darkness. We'll always have a place for you aboard, Miss Alice. Sweet dreams." Alice felt herself sinking deeper into the most comfortable bed in the world, surrounded by the gentlest sounds and softest light, carried forward through the night by a train that ran on rails of starlight toward a destination that was not a place but a state of being. The last thing she was aware of before sleep took her completely was the sound of the express's whistle, but it wasn't harsh or urgent like the whistles of daytime trains. Instead, it was musical and soft, like a mother humming a lullaby to her sleeping child. As Alice slept, the night express continued its journey through landscapes of dreams and rest, carrying its precious cargo of peaceful passengers toward the gentle shores of morning. And in her dreams, Alice found herself not as a passenger, but as part of the train itself, her heartbeat adding to the rhythm of wheels on rails, her breathing mixing with the soft sighs of steam, her dreams becoming part of the endless, wonderful journey toward somewhere soft, somewhere safe, somewhere perfectly, peacefully asleep. The train rolled on through the night, a gentle giant carrying dreams and dreamers through the quiet hours, its whistle singing soft lullabies to the sleeping world, its lights like stars moving slowly across the darkness, bringing peace to all who needed it most. And somewhere in that gentle motion, somewhere in the rhythm of rails and the whisper of wheels, somewhere in the space between sleeping and waking, Alice found the deepest rest she had ever known, carried safely through the night on the midnight express to somewhere soft, where every arrival was perfectly timed, and every journey ended exactly where it needed to, in the quiet country of peaceful dreams. The Good Witch of the North, a rainy day's wisdom. The morning arrived in the land of Oz with the softest whisper of rain against window panes, each droplet carrying with it the promise of renewal and rest. In her charming cottage nestled among the rolling hills of the North Country, the Good Witch of the North stirred gently from her peaceful slumber, her silver hair catching the dim, pearl-grey light that filtered through her lace curtains. Her name was Lucasta, though few remembered to call her by it anymore. She had grown quite fond of simply being known as the Good Witch, for it reminded her daily of her purpose in this magical land, to bring comfort, wisdom, and gentle magic to all who needed it. This morning, as she listened to the rhythmic patter of rain upon her moss-covered roof, she felt a deep contentment settle into her bones like a warm embrace. The cottage itself seemed to breathe with quiet satisfaction. Built from stones that had been worn smooth by centuries of northern winds, it nestled into the hillside as if it had grown there naturally. Ivy with leaves of the deepest green climbed its walls, and small windows with diamond-shaped panes of glass looked out upon gardens that bloomed in every season, tended by magic both ancient and kind. Lucasta rose slowly from her bed, her feet finding the soft wool slippers that waited beside it. She wrapped herself in a dressing gown of pale lavender silk, embroidered with tiny silver stars that seemed to twinkle with their own gentle light. The fabric moved around her like captured moonlight, and she smiled as she felt its familiar comfort against her skin. The rain was not the harsh, demanding sort that drove people indoors with urgency. Instead, it was the kind of rain that invited contemplation, steady, soft, and musical as it drummed against the earth and sang in the gutters. Through her bedroom window, Lucasta could see her gardens drinking deeply of the moisture, each flower and herb lifting its face to receive this gift from the grey silk sky. She made her way downstairs, her hand trailing along the smooth banister carved from a single piece of northern oak. The stairs creaked pleasantly beneath her feet, a familiar song that had greeted her each morning for more years than she cared to count. In the kitchen, copper kettles hung from iron hooks, and dried herbs in neat bundles perfumed the air with lavender, chamomile, and mint. But first, before tea, before breakfast, before any of the day's gentle tasks, Lucasta felt called to visit her garden. Rain had always been her favorite weather for such visits, for it transformed the ordinary world into something more magical than usual, if such a thing were possible in the land of Oz. She selected a hooded cloak of deep blue wool from the coat closet by the door, its color reminiscent of twilight skies. As she fastened it around her shoulders, she noticed how the simple act of preparing to step into the rain filled her with a quiet anticipation. the same feeling she'd had as a young witch when the first snows of winter would arrive. The back door opened with a gentle creak, and immediately the fresh, clean scent of rain-washed air filled her lungs. The world before her had been transformed into something from a watercolor painting, all soft edges and muted colors that seemed to blend and flow into one another. The rain fell in straight, silver lines from a sky the color of doves' wings, and each drop that struck the earth sent up a tiny puff of that distinctive scent that spoke of growing things and quiet magic. Locusta stepped onto the stone path that wound through her gardens, her feet finding sure purchase despite the gathering puddles. The path had been laid with special stones from the northern mountains, each one inscribed with tiny runes of protection and peace that glowed faintly in the dim light. They would never allow her to slip or stumble, no matter the weather. Her first destination was the herb of contentment, a plant that grew nowhere else in all of Oz, save in her garden. It was a modest thing to look at low to the ground, with heart-shaped leaves of silver green and tiny flowers, the color of early morning clouds. But in the gentle rain, it seemed to shimmer with an inner light, and the air around it carried a scent that immediately eased any tension from the mind and shoulders. Locusta knelt beside the plant, her cloak spreading around her like a blue pool. The rain drummed softly against her hood as she reached out to touch one of the leaves with the tip of her finger. Immediately, a sense of profound peace washed over her, deeper and more complete than even her usual contentment. This was the gift of the herb of contentment, to remind all who touched it that true happiness came not from grand adventures or dramatic events, but from the simple act of being present in each perfect moment. "Good morning, dear one," she whispered to the plant, and the tiny flowers seemed to nod in response to her greeting. "Thank you for growing so beautifully, even on this gray day, perhaps especially on this gray day." She rose and continued along the path, visiting each section of her garden in turn. Here grew the roses of gentle dreams, their petals the softest pink imaginable, each bloom capable of ensuring the sweetest sleep to anyone who breathed their fragrance before bed. There, in a shadowed corner, where the rain fell most softly, grew the mushrooms of quiet understanding, pale as moonlight and filled with the power to help settle any disagreement with wisdom rather than conflict. In the center of the garden stood an ancient apple tree, its trunk so broad that Locusta could not wrap her arms around it even if she tried. The tree was older than her cottage, older perhaps than her own considerable years, and it had been the reason she'd chosen to build her home in this particular spot. Its apples were unlike any others in Oz. They tasted of memories and comfort, and a single bite could remind even the weariest traveler of home and all the people who loved them. Today, the rain had collected in the tree's broad leaves and now dripped steadily from branch to branch, creating a natural percussion that was both soothing and musical. Locusta settled herself on the wooden bench she'd placed beneath the tree's canopy, pulling her cloak more closely around her as she listened to this gentle symphony. From her seated position, she could see the entirety of her domain spread before her. The rolling hills of the North Country stretched away into the misty distance, Their grass and wildflowers bowed beneath the weight of countless raindrops. In the far distance, she could just make out the yellow brick road that wound its way toward the Emerald City, though today even that famous path was softened by the rain into something that looked more like a ribbon of pale gold than the bright highway it appeared on sunny days. The thought of the yellow brick road brought to mind all the travelers who had passed this way over the years. Some she had helped with magic, others with simple kindness and a warm meal. She thought particularly of young Dorothy, that dear child from Kansas who had arrived in Oz with such confusion and fear. Locusta smiled as she remembered how Dorothy's face had lit up when she'd learned that there was indeed a way home, and how the Silver Shoes had seemed to recognize their new owner immediately. But Dorothy was home now, safe in Kansas with her Aunt Em and Uncle Henry, and the Silver Shoes were just a memory. Today was for quieter magic, the kind that grew slowly and peacefully, like her garden in the rain. As if summoned by her thoughts, a small movement caught her eye. Near the patch of forget-me-nots of true friendship, a tiny field mouse had emerged from its burrow to drink from a puddle that had formed in the curve of a large leaf. The mouse was so small it could have fit in Locusta's palm, its fur the color of wet earth and its whiskers twitching with the effort of staying alert while it drank. Locusta watched with delight as more small creatures began to appear from their hiding places, drawn by the rain and the safety they instinctively felt in her garden. A family of hedgehogs emerged from beneath the rose bushes, their spines glistening with moisture as they snuffled through the wet grass, searching for the slugs and insects that the rain had brought to the surface. A red squirrel spiraled down the apple tree's trunk, its tail held high like a banner as it searched for any early apples that might have fallen. Birds, too, began to make their presence known. A pair of robins landed on a nearby branch, their red breasts bright against the grey day, as they sang a duet that harmonized perfectly with the sound of falling rain. From somewhere deeper in the garden came the liquid notes of a wood thrush, and overhead a hawk circled lazily, riding the air currents that the rain had made soft and buoyant. All of these creatures lived in harmony within her garden's borders, protected by the same gentle magic that kept the flowers blooming and the herbs potent. Locusta had never needed to cast a spell to bring them here. They simply knew, with the wisdom that all wild things possessed, that this was a place of safety and peace. She rose from her bench and continued her morning tour, her feet following paths she knew so well she could have walked them blindfolded. Near the back wall of the garden she paused at a small greenhouse made of glass so old and thick it looked like green ice. Inside, protected from the rain but still able to enjoy its music, grew her most delicate magical plants, the ones that required constant warmth and could be damaged by too much moisture. The greenhouse door opened at her touch, and immediately she was enveloped by air that was warm and humid and richly scented with growing things. Here grew the violets of sweet sleep, their tiny purple faces turned toward the glass walls where they could watch the rain fall without being touched by it. A single petal from one of these flowers, when placed under a pillow, could banish nightmares and ensure that sleep was filled only with dreams of beauty and joy. In terracotta pots along the back wall grew her collection of healing herbs, plants whose powers were too strong to be left growing wild in the garden, but too valuable to be without. The sage of mended hearts could help heal any emotional wound, while the thyme of patience could help even the most restless soul learn to wait with grace for whatever they needed most. Locusta moved between the plants like a loving grandmother visiting her grandchildren, touching a leaf here, adjusting a pot there, murmuring words of encouragement and affection. Each plant responded to her attention, growing a little taller, blooming a little brighter, rustling their leaves in what could only be described as contentment. When she was satisfied that all was well in the greenhouse, she stepped back into the rain, which seemed to have grown even more gentle while she was inside. The air was filled with that distinctive scent that came only during a perfect rain, the smell of wet earth and growing grass and flowers, drinking deeply after a long thirst. Her next stop was the small tool shed where she kept her gardening supplies, though supplies was perhaps too mundane a word for what she actually stored there. Her watering can was made of copper that had been blessed by moonlight and inscribed with runes that ensured any water poured from it would carry exactly the nourishment each plant needed most. Her pruning shears had handles carved from wood taken from a tree that had grown in fairy rings, and their blades never grew dull and never cut more than was necessary for the plant's health. But today she wouldn't need any tools. The rain was doing all the work of watering, and her plants were in no need of pruning or tending beyond her simple presence and attention. Instead, she selected a small basket woven from willow branches and lined with cloth that had been dyed the color of morning sky. She would gather herbs for tea, she decided, not because she needed them. Her pantry was always well stocked with every herb imaginable, but because there was something particularly satisfying about collecting fresh herbs in the rain, when their oils were at their most potent and their fragrances at their strongest. First, she snipped a few sprigs of the rain mint that grew near the garden's edge, where it could catch the runoff from the eaves of her cottage. Rain mint was exactly like regular mint in every way except that it grew more flavorful the wetter it became, and tea brewed from it on rainy days had the power to make anyone who drank it feel as cozy and content as a cat sleeping by a fireplace. Next, she gathered some chamomile of quiet joy, its tiny daisy-like flowers glowing with their own inner light even on this grey day. This particular variety of chamomile didn't simply calm the nerves, it filled the drinker with a gentle happiness that started in the chest and spread through the entire body like warm honey. From a patch near the apple tree, she picked several leaves of lemon balm of sweet dreams, their citrus scent rising into the rain-washed air like a small prayer of gratitude. And finally, from a spot where the morning sun would have shone if there had been any sun to speak of, she gathered a handful of rose hips of comfort, their deep red color like tiny garnets scattered among the green leaves. Her basket full, Locusta made her way back toward the cottage, but she was in no hurry. The rain showed no signs of stopping, and she was in no mood to end her peaceful communion with her garden. Instead, she took the long path that wound around the entire perimeter of her domain, past the herb spirals and the vegetable garden where pumpkins the size of carriages grew alongside tomatoes that tasted of sunshine even when picked on the greyest day. She paused at the garden's back gate, which opened onto a meadow where wild horses sometimes came to graze. The gate was made of iron worked into an intricate pattern of vines and flowers, and it was always kept unlocked, a symbol of the welcome she extended to all who came to her land with peaceful intentions. Today, the meadow beyond was empty of horses, but it was full of rain and wind, and the kind of wild beauty that needed no tending to be perfect. The grass bent and swayed in silver waves, and wild flowers that had no names but were beautiful nonetheless nodded their colorful heads in rhythm with the rain's gentle percussion. Lucasta stood at the gate for several minutes, simply breathing in the clean air and watching the rain transform the familiar landscape into something new and magical. This was one of her greatest joys, the way the weather could take even the most well-known view and make it fresh again, as if she were seeing it for the first time. Eventually, the growing coolness in the air reminded her that she was, after all, still wearing only her dressing gown beneath her cloak, and that a cup of hot tea would be more than welcome. She turned back toward the cottage, her basket of herbs swinging gently from her arm. The back door welcomed her with the same gentle creak that had sent her out into the rain, and she paused on the threshold to shake the water from her cloak and pull back her hood. Her silver hair had caught some of the rain's moisture and now curled softly around her face in a way that made her look years younger than her considerable age. The kitchen felt especially warm and welcoming after her time in the rain, and Lucasta took a moment to simply stand in its center and appreciate the contrast. The copper kettle reflected the gray light from the windows, and the dried herbs that hung from the ceiling beams swayed slightly in the warm currents of air, releasing faint traces of their fragrances into the atmosphere. She hung her cloak on its peg by the door and placed her basket of fresh herbs on the wide wooden table that dominated the center of the room. This table had been made from a single oak tree that had grown on this very spot before she'd built the cottage around it, and its surface bore the gentle scars of decades of cooking, herb preparation, and quiet magic. The process of making tea was, for Lucasta, as much about ceremony as it was about the actual brewing. She filled her special kettle, the one made of silver that had been mined from the mountains where the sun first touched Oz each morning, with water from the well outside her back door. This well drew from a spring that had been sacred to the good witches of the north for countless generations, and its water was said to carry the blessing of every kind wish that had ever been made under the northern stars. While the kettle heated over the fire that burned eternally in her hearth, Lucasta arranged her freshly gathered herbs on a clean white cloth, sorting them by type and examining each sprig and leaf and flower with the eye of someone who had been working with healing plants for more years than most people lived. The rain mint was perfect, each leaf crisp and green, and so fragrant that simply crushing one between her fingers filled the entire kitchen with the scent of cool mornings and fresh starts. The chamomile of quiet joy had flowers that seemed to glow from within, their tiny petals soft as silk and warm to the touch despite having been gathered in the rain. The lemon balm of sweet dreams released its citrus fragrance in waves, each leaf a small promise of peaceful sleep and happy dreams. And the rose hips of comfort were plump and richly colored, their surfaces smooth as velvet, and their weight substantial in her palm. She measured each herb carefully into her favorite teapot, a round, cheerful thing made of pottery, glazed the color of sunrise and decorated with painted vines that seemed to grow and twist each time she looked at them. The measurements were not exact in the way that mundane cooking required measurements to be exact, but rather were guided by intuition and experience and the subtle messages she could feel from the herbs themselves. When the kettle began to sing not with the harsh shriek of ordinary kettles, but with a pure, clear note like a silver bell, she poured the blessed water over the herbs and set the pot aside to steep. The kitchen immediately filled with a fragrance that was part garden, part comfort, and part pure magic. While the tea steeped, Locusta prepared a small tray with her favorite cup and saucer, a small pitcher of honey gathered from bees who fed exclusively on the flowers in her garden, and a plate of the butter cookies she had baked just yesterday. The cookies were made with flour ground from wheat that grew in fields blessed by moonlight and butter churned from the milk of cows who grazed in meadows where only the sweetest grasses grew. She arranged everything on the tray with the same care she brought to all her tasks, taking pleasure in the simple act of making something ordinary into something special through attention and intention. The cup was positioned just so, the handle of the spoon aligned with the edge of the saucer, the cookies arranged in a small spiral that pleased the eye. When the tea had steeped to perfection, she could tell by the way the steam that rose from the pot carried exactly the right balance of all the herbs' fragrances. She poured it into her cup and watched as the liquid flowed in a stream of golden amber that seemed to hold the light of a dozen sunny days. Tray in hand, she made her way to what she thought of as her morning room, a small space at the front of the cottage that was furnished with a single comfortable armchair, a small table, and tall windows that looked out onto the front garden and the rolling hills beyond. This room was where she came each morning to greet the day, to plan her tasks, and to simply exist in the peaceful contentment that was her natural state. The chair was upholstered in fabric, the color of deep forest shadows, and worn soft by years of use. She had placed it in exactly the spot where the morning light would fall when there was morning light to be had. But today, the grey rain light was just as welcome, and perhaps even more soothing. She settled into the chair with the satisfied sigh of someone who had found exactly where they belonged, and placed the tray on the small table within easy reach. Through the rain-streaked windows, she could see her front garden, where different plants grew than in the back, these chosen not for their magical properties, but simply for their beauty and the joy they brought to anyone who looked upon them. The front garden was designed as a series of gentle curves that led the eye from one grouping of flowers to the next, in a natural progression that felt both planned and spontaneous. Even in the rain, the colors were vivid and welcoming, the deep purple of lupins, the bright orange of calendulas, the soft pink of cosmos that nodded their heads in the gentle breeze that accompanied the rain. Locusta lifted the teacup to her lips and took her first sip of the morning. Immediately, the warmth spread through her body like liquid contentment, and she could feel the unique properties of each herb beginning their gentle work. The rain mint brought a sense of freshness and renewal. The chamomile of quiet joy filled her chest with a warmth that had nothing to do with the tea's temperature. The lemon balm of sweet dreams reminded her body that relaxation was not only possible but necessary, and the rose hips of comfort wrapped around her like an embrace from an old and dear friend. As she sipped her tea and watched the rain fall in the garden beyond her windows, Locusta found herself thinking about the nature of perfect days. Most people she knew would not consider a grey, rainy morning to be perfect. They would long for sunshine and blue skies, for warmth and the kind of bright light that made colors vivid and shadows sharp. But Locusta had lived long enough and seen enough to understand that perfection was not about external conditions but about the state of one's own heart and mind. Today, with the rain falling gently on her gardens and her cottage warm and welcoming around her, with a cup of perfectly brewed tea in her hands and nowhere she needed to be except exactly where she was, she felt a completeness that no amount of sunshine could improve upon. The rain, she reflected, was its own kind of blessing. It brought growth to her plants and freshness to the air and a particular quality of light that made even familiar things look new and mysterious. It also brought a sense of enclosure and intimacy, as if the whole world had drawn closer and become more cozy, more manageable. She reached for one of her butter cookies and bit into it slowly, savoring the way it crumbled on her tongue and released flavors of vanilla and honey and the subtle essence of contentment that was baked into everything she made. The cookie paired perfectly with the tea, each enhancing the other in the way that the best combinations did. From somewhere in the house, she could hear the gentle sounds that indicated all was well, the soft tick of the grandfather clock in the hallway, the whisper of air moving through the rooms, the barely audible hum that came from the protective spells that kept her home and all who entered it safe from any harm. As she sat in her comfortable chair, warm and dry and surrounded by beauty, Locusta felt a deep gratitude wash over her. She was grateful for the rain that nourished her gardens and brought such peaceful music to the morning. She was grateful for her cottage with its thick walls and cozy rooms, and the way it seemed to hold contentment within its very stones. She was grateful for her magic, not because it gave her power over others, but because it allowed her to heal and help and bring comfort to any who needed it. Most of all, she was grateful for days like this one, days with no particular agenda beyond existence itself. Days when the greatest adventure was the making of a perfect cup of tea, and the greatest magic was the simple act of being fully present in each moment as it came. The teacup gradually emptied as the morning progressed, and Locusta found herself entering a state that was somewhere between waking and sleeping, conscious but deeply relaxed, aware of her surroundings, but not concerned with anything beyond the immediate moment. This was a state she had learned to cultivate over her long years, a kind of peaceful alertness that allowed her to simply be without needing to do or plan or worry about anything at all. The sound of the rain had settled into a rhythm that was as regular as breathing, and she found herself breathing in time with it, each inhale bringing in the scent of wet earth and growing things, each exhale releasing any small tensions or concerns she might have been carrying without even realizing it. She must have dozed, because when she next became aware of her surroundings, the light outside had shifted slightly and her teacup sat empty in its saucer. But she felt no urgency to move or begin any tasks. Instead, she simply continued to sit and watch the rain and feel grateful for the profound peace that seemed to emanate from every corner of her small world. Time moved differently on days like this, she had noticed. Without the sun's progress across the sky to mark its passage, minutes and hours became fluid things, important only in the way they contributed to the overall sense of a day well spent in quiet contemplation. Eventually, her stomach reminded her gently that lunch would be welcome, and she rose from her chair with the unhurried movements of someone who had nowhere to be but was content to be somewhere else. She gathered up her tea tray and made her way back to the kitchen, where she would prepare something simple and nourishing, perhaps soup made from vegetables grown in her own garden, and bread baked with flour blessed by moonlight. But there would be time for cooking later. For now, she simply stood at her kitchen window and watched the rain continue to fall on her garden, transforming everything it touched into something more beautiful, more peaceful, more perfectly itself than it had been before. The afternoon stretched before her like a gift waiting to be unwrapped, full of small pleasures and quiet moments and the kind of magic that came not from spells or potions, but from the simple act of paying attention to the world with a heart full of love. In her garden, the plants continued to drink deeply of the rain's bounty, growing stronger and more potent with each passing hour. In her cottage, the fire burned steadily, and the protective spells hummed their nearly inaudible song of safety and peace. And in her heart, Lucasta felt the deep satisfaction that came from being exactly where she belonged, doing exactly what she was meant to do, which was nothing more or less than existing in perfect harmony with the gentle rhythm of a rainy day in the magical land of Oz. As the rain continued to fall and the afternoon drew quietly toward evening, the good witch of the north settled into the peaceful contentment that was both her greatest magic and her greatest gift to the world, the knowledge that sometimes the most profound adventures happened not in far-off places, but in the simple act of being fully present in one's own beautiful life.